You are seeing their former president. Former President Barack Obama sitting right next to President-elect Donald Trump. Of course, we don't know what they're saying.
Welcome to the stage, the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
This is the final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. Wealthy, wealthy, wealthy. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You are seeing their former President Barack Obama sitting right next to President-elect Donald Trump. Of course, we don't know what they're saying.
the stage the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
This is the final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. Wealthy, wealthy, wealthy. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Broadcasting
complete
alive.
paralysis,
No, we
epilepsy,
got
severe intellectual.
Pull that up. Are we good, Project? Broadcasting live from a Chinese microphone deep within the city of Fountains. I'm your co-host, Corey at Phantom Society, here with Project Constitution. Big show tonight, Project. Big show.
Good to see you all here with us tonight. We have a great show tonight.
Really, I mean, it has been a crazy week since we left you last. There has been nonstop talk about the chaos DEI has caused at every level of bureaucracy, military. It's everywhere. I don't think people had a full grasp on how far it had seeped into the networks of the government. And now we're seeing with these plane crashes, we're now up to, just horrible stories. I'm nearby the area that by Kansas there, where that plane took off and they lost all those, that whole team of figure skaters. It's just, people's lives are altered, and it's all because that diversity, equity, and inclusion became this. It was used to brainwash the masses by using race to silence them, by using gender to silence them. And we hear stories about it, but we've been really blessed to get a hold of Jody Thomas, who was a person that experienced this firsthand, and really is going to give us an in-depth look at the consequences DEI has on a personal level, because people are just now starting to see, like, what? Why was this person in control of this whole bureaucracy? Why was this person? You listen to someone like RFK Jr. talk about health, and you may not agree with his stance. But here he is, and he sounds, at least he has some knowledge about what he's talking about. And for the last 4 years, we've had someone in office that we can't even figure out which bathroom they use, much less what their stance on health is. And then sometimes it doesn't even sound like their concern is health at all. So it's absolutely insane. And thankfully, because Trump is in office now, we're going to not only be able to peek behind the doors and see what took place, but hopefully there'll be some justice done to the people that were their lives were absolutely altered, who had the merit, who had decades of experience, and were not only overlooked but forced out of the place that they had devoted their time to. Anything you want to add to that, Project?
Not just what Jody's going to tell you how it affected him on a personal level, but not just that, but how it affects the whole organization as a whole. I mean, it goes down to just how it's run and the level of competence or incompetence, as well as just people's morale. And Jody can give us a real in-depth insight on that as well.
All right. Well, without further ado, man of the hour, Jody Thompson. Thank you.
Welcome to our show, Jody.
Thank y'all very much. I appreciate it. And I, once again, I greatly appreciate y'all seeing my tweet and reaching out to me. I guess I'll start off. I'll give you a little bit of background on me. I was born. We'll take it all the way back to 1966. I was born in Shreveport, Louisiana. Grew up in a little town called Pittsburgh, Texas. Graduated high school there in 1984, and I had already joined the Army in the delayed entry program. I joined as soon as I turned 17, actually. But in September of 1984 is when I departed Texas and reported into Fort Benning, Georgia, to begin my basic training and OSIT training to become an infantryman in the United States Army. Of course, I had various assignments throughout. I stayed in 21 years, retired in the end of August of 2005. When I retired, I retired out of an assignment I had in D.C. And I'll just go ahead and describe that assignment a little bit because it does tie into what the topic is, and that is DEI. My last 5 years in the Army, I served as an equal opportunity advisor or an EOA. And in order to become an EOA, you must volunteer to attend the Defense Equal Opportunity Management Institute. And for anyone who wants to dig into that, I checked the website out. It's the other day, it's still up and running. So all you have to do is Google Defense Equal Opportunity Management Institute, and it'll tell you all about it. Now, when I went through, it was they shortened the course some over the years, from what I understand. But when I attended, it was 4 months long, 4 months of small group sessions. And the main topic was white male bashing, that white males are the evil of all, basically. All right. So anyway,
okay, let's just pause. Let's pause for a minute here, because
okay, no problem.
Because I mean, it gets crazy really fast,
yeah.
like, and we've observed this too. I mean, and we want to go over sort of the timeline as you saw it inside, the government function there. But first of all, Shreveport, Louisiana, explains the great beard. Now it comes together, right? I was confused at first. I thought there's no way. Now, do you consider yourself Louisianan or Texan? I'm just sort of curious because I want to know. So you consider yourself Texan. All right. Well, that beard screams Cajun. All right. Raging Cajun over there. So you can't deny your roots. Why are you joining the military in 1984? Why are you doing this?
I wanted to join since the time I could even think about anything.
Did you have family that served in? Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. My grandfather got drafted, and he was in World War II. One of my grandfathers spent time in a hellacious place of the Aleutian Islands, and he actually shared some pretty cool stories with me on some of the stuff that went on up there. But they got bombed quite a bit up there by the Japanese, an ongoing bombing, he said. But so anyway, he was in. My dad served in the Marine Corps Reserves. Uncle served in the Marine Corps Reserves. Uncle served in the Air Force. So yeah, I mean, that's all I wanted to do when I was growing
Yes,
up.
you're just this is a
Yeah,
patriotic family. You know, you
yeah,
come from a patriotic family line that was just that served. That's you know, and God bless your family for that. And obviously, you know, obviously there's been a great injustice done to patriots. And that's, you know, I wanted to emphasize that to people because, like, you know, these are people who you know, they love America. They, you know, they stand for the Constitution and for what that created. It allows someone like me from South Dakota to be able to talk freely to someone from Texas and to talk to someone from, you know, Maine to California. It's a beautiful thing that people defend through these generations in World War II, all, you know, all the way to present. So this is your motivation going in. It's not even a doubt. You're like, now, you what
Not
I did
free.
say what now?
I said freedom is not
No,
free. It
no.
takes people like Jody here to fight and defend our Constitution, defend our country, to be able to have these freedoms that we all take for granted nowadays.
and if I might add something, my background, I gave, and those like me, no matter if you serve 6 months or 50 years or whatever, you give up that right there. Not in its entirety, but you give up a lot of it. And that's the First Amendment. We sacrifice that to serve.
And it's a big sacrifice because it's a God-given right, you know. So okay, so Jody, what branch of the military did you join?
Army.
Army.
Are there any others?
Yes. Oh, I bet Christmas at your house was great. Like, and how long were you in the Army?
21 years.
21 years. Okay, so I mean, where did you serve?
Let's see. Fort Stewart, Georgia, Gelnhausen, Germany. I served 2 tours actually in the Army Honor Guard, the Old Guard, the 3rd United States Infantry, there in Fort Myer, Virginia. 5 years the first time. I must have pissed someone off because I got drafted while I was there for recruiting duty. And I did a little stint on recruiting duty, and of all places, up by your neck of the woods, Rice Lake, Wisconsin. Maybe you can enlighten me on what they were thinking sending my country behind to Rice Lake, Wisconsin.
Well, it built character, didn't it, Jody?
Oh, so, yes, it certainly did. Yes, it did, in more ways than one. But that was the first. I was with a reserve recruiter. We were canvassing our area, and we just happened to stop by one of the casinos. And I think that was if I remember, that was the first time I'd ever been in a casino. And I saw a dairy farmer just like that lose 10 grand. And he had a bag of cash there. He was just throwing it. So that was an enlightening experience for me. Yeah, you bet.
Yeah.
But anyway, I finished up there, went out to a lovely place, Fort Irwin, California. It's out by Barstow. I served out there for 2 years, and then I volunteered to go back to the Old Guard. I did 4 more years there, and then I volunteered for equal opportunity duty. And there was a push. I don't think I mentioned this, but back then there was a push for white males to get into the EO arena.
What is EO? What is equal opportunity?
Equal opportunity, and it's, since you mentioned it, I'm kind of confused on what the DEI, why we needed to add that to the mix, because we've already been doing that, or in some way, shape, or form, we've been doing it. We've been doing diversity training. paying attention to diversity, recruiting as best we can to have a diverse organization for a very long time. So I don't know who thought it would be a great idea to create something new doing the same thing. But maybe I can get some education tonight, and I'll be able to determine what the hell the difference is in DEI, other than it's more militant and just shoving it down people's throat and crucifying those that don't jump on the bandwagon, or those that look like me and you, us.
The thing is, DEI is not about equality. It has, they don't want to be equal. It's not about that. It's about lifting them up above all else. They want to do it at the cost of the white man.
Well, no, it got bastardized. Equal opportunity, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, but equal opportunity was everyone got the opportunity to apply for the job. And if your merits was better than some, it was to prevent someone who had better merits from being denied access to a job because of religion, race, or whatever the other one is. But and then DEI was saying no, it's not just equal opportunity to the job, it's equal outcome. It's not everyone gets a chance at the beginning to have this job. It's we have to have numbers of people who are in the jobs that match our ideals. And so it didn't become about the beginning of the process. It was all about how can we get these people in despite their qualifications to match what. It was very communist, it was no different than Stalin back in the 50s being like, hey, you got to bring me so many treasonous people a month. Otherwise, if you can't keep up with that quota, I'm going to just assume you guys are the treasonous ones. And so
I see that as the mechanism. You're right on that, but it's also goes, like I said, reverse racism though, because it's also, maybe it wasn't like that at first, but it's definitely morphed into white man bad now.
Well, and when was this, Jody? How long had this department been open? This EO.
Oh, I believe Diomi first opened in the early 70s, if I'm not mistaken.
That Nixon or Johnson? Nixon.
Nixon. Should have been Nixon, I think.
Nixon. All right.
Yeah. I know he was president.
A bunch of standards for the workforce, I believe Nixon does. I may be a little bit wrong on history there. So now you joined the military in 84, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. So, did you see a big push for was this always in the back of your mind, equal opportunity?
Absolutely not. And us just average Joes, in our units, we didn't know anything about diversity and all that EEO crap. We all got along. If we had some differences we dealt with, of course, that was a different era, because, like I mentioned earlier, I was raised by Vietnam vets. There were still plenty still in there. So it was a whole different dynamic, and the world was different too. We were in the middle of the Cold War. The Army was huge. Reagan, building the force back up. And I don't know. We were in the field all the time, and we didn't really have time to think about, our feelings and quotas and diversity and all that. We were diverse as hell,
Well, and I saw this comment by Shaggy Best that said, "No diversity in the Army. We were all green and brothers."
Yep, exactly.
And I always got that feeling. Was like the racist was sort of the isolated person in the group. Like if someone was just being a dick to someone because they were different color of skin, it usually seemed everyone else took care of that situation and put that guy in place.
Yep,
You know,
damn right. It was there were duds and non-duds, so to speak, you know, or shit bags, if you will, and they were dealt with peer pressure, whatever you want to call it, but you know, the parts of fixing things that our NCOs, non-commissioned officers, couldn't fix, then we dealt with it, you know, as troops.
and so as you come up, what year do you enroll as a EO officer? What year is that?
Let's see. I volunteered in '99, towards the end of '99, and I graduated the course in April of 2000.
Okay. So, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just, and then I stayed on Fort Myer. I just moved to the garrison headquarters and started my tour there as an EO advisor.
Now I am like I apologize if I get terminology wrong because I am not.
Oh, that's okay.
Versed in it at all, so I don't mean any disrespect when it comes to that. So
absolutely not.
But when it comes to like, what was the training? You said it was 4 months. What type of training is involved? Like, what are you sitting there talking about?
The critical race theory.
99?
2000. Well,
really?
It wasn't called critical race theory, but that's what it was. You know, same. They created a name for it, I guess, but it was pretty much the same as critical race theory. Some of that, like I said, small group discussion, day in and day out. Lots of, you know, auditorium size presentations. Lots of small group exercises. Dealing with race relations, sexual harassment. All the different months. We delved into all the different months and digging into those cultures and getting more educated and spun up on those. And becoming more aware of ourselves too, you know. So you know, biases and the full gamut.
So,
very intense.
I mean, and it had to. I mean, it was not like anything you had been doing before, correct? This is a new.
Oh no, I was. I'm sure some comments will pop up here. I'm pretty sure I would be considered that I was hell on wheels back in the day when I volunteered, and especially when people found out that I made it through the course and was actually an equal opportunity advisor. They laughed quite a bit.
Yes. Well, you know, it's time to grow.
The typical demographic for that.
I could believe that, like, when you signed up, you were ready to like invade Russia and end the Cold War, and now here you are in 1999, 2000, and you know, you're taking care of people, which I think, you know, it's everyone got behind that because of the sacrifices, you know, for American history, hundreds of years of the consequences of being involved in military engagements and making sure that people aren't suffering because of that. So like this, you know, that's how they always get you, right? Is they play to your soft side. It's not even a soft side. They play to your reasonable side. And then it lets them in to take advantage of it. That's interesting because like, and I don't know if there's any relation to any of that. But so I think Hillary Clinton is elected to her senator seat. Her first federal bill she passes is HIPAA during this whole time that's going on as well. So now in the training, were you guys like role playing situations? So you were like, you were dealing with human relation issues. Am I right?
I guess a way to put it is deep human relations, so to speak.
So like
All
the
the
icky stuff, nobody.
the touchy-feely stuff.
Yeah, the icky stuff no one else wants to really know
Yeah.
that's going on behind the scenes that have to be dealt with within a big organization like the
Yeah.
military. You know, you're
And
going to get bad people too.
I want to say a couple of things, but before I forget, Project said made a comment a little bit ago that said reverse racism. There is no, I just want to correct that. There is no such thing as reverse racism. It's racism, period.
Yeah.
There's no such
I
animal.
agree with you.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't think I'm being nasty or anything. Because I'm not. I
Nope.
just but because a lot of white folks say reverse racism, and if you think about it, it makes no sense whatsoever. It's just straight up racism, period.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, racism is racism. The word is all encompassing. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not a one way.
And also in my defense, as a being in the EO arena that I was in, I developed I was pretty successful out there because, and I was one of the leaders back in the day who was resistant to all that touchy-feely mess, so I knew that that's what I was going to encounter, but I still had a mission to accomplish with, training, all the requirements that we had. I can't remember all of them, of course, but all the requirements that we had dealing with equal opportunity. And I adapted pretty much my own style. And to be quite honest with you, all of that is nothing more than common sense leadership, if you think about it. If you look at it from a perspective of human relations, which that's exactly what it is, and apply common sense, you pretty much have it. Where we have the problem is when we've got all the politicians and all the white shamers and apologists, mainly on the left, who want to tweak it up. That's not good enough. It's not good enough to just look at it as common sense leadership and human relations. We got to add all this other stuff in it. So we create frustration, anger with having to swallow all that,
Yep. Yes. Yeah. And we're going to get to that because you were in the belly of the beast as this is happening, seeing it unfold, which it had to be somewhat of a helpless feeling. But I was just sort of, and you went to 04 as an EO officer, right? Volunteering as a
EO advisor. I did 2 years on Fort Myer. And as I was getting ready to come off of that assignment, there was an opening for an equal opportunity advisor with the Army Space and Missile Defense Command. At the time, it was located in Crystal City, Virginia. And I went over for an interview with the sergeant major and got selected. And so I finished out my last 3 years as the EO advisor for the Space and Missile Defense Command.
That's awesome.
That's pretty sexy to put on the old resume.
One hell of a resume.
Before we leave this segment, was there a moment in the training or something that, throughout the 4 months that really struck you as odd? Like, why are they? Why do they? Or was it all pretty basic?
The thing that sticks out to me is just the bombardment of the white male shaming that went on in there.
How so? Can you give me an example?
Well, every discussion, all non-white males, almost all mainly it was the white females in the group. Every time we had a discussion, there were fingers being pointed at the white man. The white man this, the white man that. And, every time I look in the mirror, I think I see a white man. At least I think I do. And so after about, 6 weeks to 8 weeks of that, I expressed my frustration with them generalizing the white man all the time, because I've, as best I can recall, in my 58 years, I don't think I've ever done anything to any non-white person. You know,
What was their reaction to that?
They actually very receptive, and they stopped doing it in my small group.
Comment from Jim
Well,
Jahan
here says, "Were you still 11B as an EO advisor?"
Yeah, it was. Well, yeah, I was a E7 when I volunteered, and then while I was in my second tour at the Space and Missile Defense Command, I made Master Sergeant. But yeah, I was still an 11 Bravo, and then an 11 Zulu as a Master Sergeant. It was just like being on recruiting duty or drill sergeant duty. I forgot what the identifier is, the additional identifier for that was, but Quebec, I think it was Q.
What does that mean?
It's I'm sure I'm going to mess this up, but because it's been a while, almost 20 years. But like I also went to I'm a 5 jump chump. What that means is I attended airborne school and got my airborne wings. So I have a
wow.
Like my MOS, my job was 11 as a E7 was 11 Bravo 4, which means E7 Papa P for parachutist. So when I went to the EO course, that also gives a soldier another identifier, which was Q. So I would have been an 11 Bravo 4. Of course, they add all those identifiers on there, but for Quebec.
Okay.
So it's an additional skill identifier, I think is what it was called, for those specific courses and assignments that would that the Army determined needed an additional skill identifier, I guess is a good way to put it.
Ever at Fort Bragg over there?
What's that?
Were you ever at Fort Bragg?
No, never there.
Okay. There's just a side question there. Okay, so now after you get out of the military, I guess Project said that disabled vet. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm a 100% disabled vet.
And I apologize for not asking this. Yeah.
Hey, like we discussed earlier, this is an education thing, so no apologies needed.
What happened? Yeah.
Just a multitude of things, mainly wear and tear on the body, sleep apnea. Shit, man, I can't think of. I mean, wear and tear on the body covers a whole bunch, so I'll just leave it. I'll leave it at that. But all of my disabilities are from wear and tear on my body over those years, and the sleep apnea.
When I first got my license, my first partner, Wyron Holmes, I'm an electrician. He was military. I think he only did 4 years. Not to say that like that. That's a horrible way to say it. He did 4 years. And he had horrible back problems and just some of the worst migraines. And I just remember he finally started getting some relief with his back when he moved to Florida. But I just remember when winter came, he was a different person because he was just in pain all the time, and he had to claw to get to 75%, to get to 80%. I'm like, I mean, this guy, that he took, he would fuel up helicopters, and they took missile fire, mortar fire, I think is what happened. And it messed his back up, and he's out there, you can't do anything as a human when your back is hurting. And, you have to, it was just, I thought it was very sad, the amount of just appointments and going back and forth, like, oh, well, we'll give you 5% more. I'm like, oh, screw you, like this. Anyway, that's just my personal take on it. But did you find yourself going through the same struggle where you had to do it in increments? And
I was a procrastinator. I was one of those hard-headed individuals when I first retired. I was 39, and there's nothing wrong with me. So it took me 5 years to finally wise up, because, during that 5-year period, I started feeling some, funny pains and things, So I filed that first claim about 5 years after I retired. I believe it was. And I really didn't have a whole bunch of mess with them. That first rating was 80%. And I figured I wasn't going to get anything, because I waited so long and all that. But I got 80% then. And I think in 2019, I went back into the va.gov, and where you can file a claim, and added some other things that were going on. And then over the years, those disabilities that I already had a rating on started getting a little bit worse. So I asked for increases in those, and I didn't have a bunch of mess then either. And I didn't figure out, based on what I'd heard from my buddies going through that, I didn't figure I'd get 100%, but it came back. I was a lucky one. I didn't have a whole bunch of mess with them. But I know a lot of my buddies, it's like pulling teeth trying to, and they're super jacked up backs, necks, knees, hips. I mean, you name it,
Yeah.
And get denied, for whatever reason.
So after you get out, you leave the military at 39.
Mm-hmm.
Do you go into the private sector, or?
Yeah, I did. My first civilian job was as a HR. I went down the career path of HR. So that was one good thing about my equal opportunity duty time, and that course that kind of prepped me a little bit for it prepped me a lot for civilian life, because it calmed me down a little bit. I wasn't so intense, but my first civilian job when I retired was as an HR manager at a new Lowe's store located in Decatur, Texas. I was there about 6 months, and my resume from one of the part-timers there at Lowe's got floated to HR at Peterbilt at the manufacturing facility in Denton, Texas, and went through a gamut of interviews, and got selected. And I spent 3 years there at Peterbilt. Great, at least back then, great company. I learned a lot, probably too much, because it led to a lot of frustration once I jumped out of the private sector and went Fed Gov. But anyway, I was there for 3 years. Thought the grass was greener on the other side. Took a higher level position with back then the largest non-union concrete company in Texas and Arkansas, and it was an HR director position. Was there about 9 months. Departed. And then that's when in July of 2010, that's when I reported to Arlington, Virginia, to my new federal government job as an equal employment opportunity specialist. with the Fish and Wildlife with the Fish and Wildlife Service.
Arlington, Virginia. Isn't that
Yeah.
by the and there's some 3-lettered agencies that reside over there?
Yeah, I think so. I heard.
Yeah. It's a fun neighborhood. I love you. And
Hey,
so
real quick.
I think that I need to share a quick story about my tenure as an EEO specialist. As you can probably imagine, the Fish and Wildlife Service has a lot of biologists, scientists, all those types of things. Okay, that I had already my next job after Fish and Wildlife Service that's when I went to the VA in September of 2011. So I was I had about a month left before I was scheduled to move over to the VA. And one of the Fish and Wildlife Service finer employees, he was a GS-13, about a 70-year-old, straight from the motherland, Nigerian. Okay. And that I could give a damn less about that, but it will come into play here in just a second or two. So my supervisor wanted me to go. He had a complaint, and so she wanted me to go handle it. I went over to his office. It was located in a building next to the one that I was located in, and I have a Fish and Wildlife Service badge. I'm an employee. You know what I mean? So I go up to the floor that he's on, and he has an office. I go there. I knock on the door. He's on the phone. He wouldn't acknowledge me or anything. So he finally gets off the phone, and he comes out and asks me if I'm there to see him. I said, yep. And I told him who I was, the office, of course, why I was there. He should know that. Gents, I go sit down in front of his desk, and here we go. And I'm going to try my best to imitate him. Okay. So I sat down there. This is what this dude says to me. And is it okay if I say the C word, as in saltine, cracker? I'm that individual there to help him with his issues with his white supervisors. Okay. This is what this dude says to me. He looks at me and says, "Why are you here?" And so this is like, I know you can't see my expression, but this is me. I'm like dumbfounded. Again, he says, "Why are you here?" "Well, sir, you called to file a complaint." "But why are you here?" I said, "I'm here to assist you with your complaint." And he just goes to berating me, going the hell off, said I'm not prepared to meet with him. I mean, you name it. Actually, he did everything but call me a cracker. Okay. So I sat there and listened to his crap for about 5 minutes or so. I got out of there, went straight to my supervisor, told her what happened. And our director called him and tore into his ass. And this is what this clown says. Now, I took it as it being racist and by him being judgmental. I don't drink anymore, but back then I was a damn fine beer drinker, and I have very high taste buds, okay, high class taste buds. But this dude tells my supervisor that I look like I had been drinking Michelob all night the night before. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And it was a dress down day. It was a Friday. However, I was in business casual, just didn't have a tie on. But I looked like that I had been drinking Michelob all day. No, what the problem was, Mr. Biologist Nigerian, is that you saw a white dude there, and so you automatically attacked me, not knowing a damn thing about me.
What year was this?
That would have been in 2011.
Okay.
2011.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, and I mean, the seeds of, there will always be people who are racist. Like, this belief that you can just eliminate that is ridiculous. There are just going to be people who just see a different color, and they're knuckleheaded, low IQ individuals, and they can't get past it. But it's rare. And what happened was, to create this, in order for people to understand what type of control these people wanted, in order to gain control, they had to use this as a way to get rid of anyone that could even possibly oppose their agenda. And the vehicle they used was DEI. And they started spreading those seeds early on. So I mean, this is a premeditated thing. This didn't just happen. DEI didn't just happen one day. It's like, hey, you know what? Diversity, inclusion. No, it was planned for. The logistics, the seeds were planted in the media. All of a sudden, the only thing we ever heard reported on were cops that were racist, people that were racist. We never heard any of the thousands of good stories that were out there. And they weren't just reported on, they were reported on with the view to incite riots. And it started with what was the guy in Florida? I forget his name. The hoodie, the kid that wore the hoodie. Remember, Trayvon Martin could have been his son. So, and then we found out that whole storyline was a lie. And then there was a hands up, don't shoot after that. And then finally they got George Floyd. And when that happened, it was enough to get their policies to completely overtake the government institutions. You had to pick a side. And I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself, but it just, I see stories like that you're telling me, and you've been berated now for 10 years through your training that you're a bad person. Every seminar you go to in the military, you're being blamed the cis white male. And then you get put in those situations, and I'm sure you couldn't have felt comfortable when you found that out, because it's your word against his,
Yeah, I was kind of pissed off, to say the least. Okay, and to be honest with you, I wanted to file an EEO complaint against him, but things kind of had a way of working out. I did have some training that I had to conduct before I departed Fish and Wildlife Service after that occurred with that employee. And it just so happened that employee's supervisor was in that training. And so I shared that story. No names, of course, but I shared that story of what occurred with me. And I'd left, and that dude came under investigation. And from what I understand, he really got his ass hammered pretty good for that. So there was some justice served on his behind after I left, because I did get interviewed by his senior executive over that division. But before I forget, I want to add something. It's kind of off topic, but I think it's worth sharing. Is within my first few days as a Govy, I learned something very valuable, and it explains a whole lot of why things stay screwed up, and even more screwed up as the years go by within the federal government. I was told, and this was by just GS-13 employee, told me that when a new administration comes in and they, the agency, in other words, the embedded careers, don't want to do something, they wait the administration out. The max we'll have to wait them out is 8 years. Most of the time, 4. That's what I was told.
I have actually heard that myself. They slow walk everything to try to obstruct whatever the new administration is trying to get done.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of what Trump is going through now, that as we're seeing.
Yep. To me, Trump is doing exactly what has to be done, and that's decapitate the upper echelon of every government agency. They're a cancer. And I'm kind of probably jumping ahead a little bit with my timeline here.
Let's talk about why that is, because you joined the VA. How many before 2019? How many years were you working for the VA?
Well, I started with VA and actually on September 11th, 2011. And if my memory is correct, I resigned under duress. I believe it was April 6th or 7th of 2022.
Okay.
So,
all right.
So however many years that is.
I just want to point something out to people real quick. We'll get into the details of it later. But when he says he resigned under duress, the decision had already been made at this point to let him go, to terminate him. And the only reason he hadn't been terminated yet is because he filed for whistleblower status and filed a bunch of reports to, I think, the Inspector General's office, right?
I didn't do an IG complaint. I did a whistleblower complaint for prohibited personnel practices. And during my targeting, if you will, they did some things that triggered some many years put to rest disabilities that I have. Okay. So I filed also filed an EEO complaint against them for disability discrimination. And this, would you like for me to share the reasonable accommodation that I was asking for?
Well, let's go into.
Let's get into that.
Okay.
Go ahead. I was gonna say, let's get into that later on. I don't want to jump ahead of us. I just wanted to point out to people that you were actually terminated, and that's why you had to resign.
Yeah, and we want to get to that because, like, in 2011, you joined working for the VA in human resources. Essentially, is what you were. Is that what you were working in?
Yes. It was a program called. It was a newly stood up office called VA for Vets, and it fell under HRA, Human Resources Administration, is what it was called back then, and that was at the VA headquarters.
And were you dealing with internal affairs or external affairs?
Mainly, what we did, like the name said, VA for Vets. We were there to assist veterans with employment, helping them with complaints, discrimination complaints from employers, helping them try to get their foot in the door with the federal government, all those kinds of things.
So any type of violation, like they try to get a job and someone be like, hell no, and they it was violation of their rights, they could go to you. And
no, we had no authority to do anything. We would just assist them, try to educate them, reach out to people for them, and all that. We were basically advocates, is what we were.
Okay, all right. So, and you started there right away in 2011. That was your baby. Okay.
Yep.
And you were there till the end in 2022.
Well, I had some different. There's really no need, I guess, to get into that. But I had a couple of other different jobs in VA over the years. But to get to where I departed from, I reported there. I believe it was in February of 2014.
So, so you're with this last department in 2014. I mean, the Obama love is pretty strong, and the bureaucracies. Um, you seem like a pretty vocal dude. What was the rule on talking politics in the workplace? I don't know how that works in a federal.
You're not supposed to talk about politics. It's best to just leave that at the door.
So nobody talks
But
about politics at all.
well, of course, but it's usually in small groups, like-minded, or just having a discussion, just like you and I, having a discussion about politics, maybe not as in depth as we're getting, but
You're not running around with a Trump flag.
Oh, no. That's not allowed at all.
Right. It's a very corporate environment, like high-end
Yeah.
corporate environment. It's dot your I's and cross your T type of
Because
environment.
because then of course you'd be violating the Hatch Act. So yeah, there was none of that kind of mess or any of it that I participated in. Now, of course, we'd participate in small, just discussions about politics or whatever, but not long, in-depth conversations. Usually it was just because there were a lot of vets in my last organization, and like-minded, a lot of us, and so we would clown around, and maybe somebody who was left-leaning. It was all nothing heavy, just light of the situation or whatever, something like that.
Well, and that's these are people you spend more time with than you do on your own bed. So you develop friendships and relationships outside of work. So I mean that's everywhere. I think everyone can understand that happens, and you get your little clique of friends to hang out with. So and you've been there 2014, you start there, you develop some relationships with people. Did you notice I mean, I know you guys weren't allowed to talk about it really, but within the office, did you notice a mood change when Trump got elected?
Man, I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't remember exactly, but there was plenty of complaining about certain things that he was wanting to do. Of course, I mean nothing like what he's doing now. I wish I was in there right now, actually. But there was lots of bitching going on about some of the things that he was wanting to do. But of course, for the most part, he was being blown off, or it appeared that way to me.
Were you a minority, would you say, in your office space, the cis white male?
Oh yeah. I was of course they've changed names since I was there, but it was called the Employee Education System. Education, key word. Okay, that says it all right there. Yeah. So yes, I was a minority as a white male conservative, a straight up minority.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's, well, that's reverse racism, Jody.
Exactly.
Well, I just want people to sort of get the environment of what you were in. Like I've been in construction all my life. I have worked around, not a single race, but I worked around all types of just men. That's all I've worked around is just men all my life. And you get a few females in the trade, and it's just sort of interesting the dynamic it changes. And I'm not saying good or bad, but I've never been in an environment where I was outnumbered completely, by everything, where I'm the minority. I guess I've sort of experienced it as a ginger, but besides that,
but I do want to add something. That only came to play, like irritate me or piss me off or whatever, not that often. Dealing with my peers, most of my peers, and my employees and the rest of the staff, that mess didn't come into play, in our day-to-day business activities. I mean, of course, I knew it, just like anybody knows when there's not very many people around like them. But it didn't bother me one bit. That there was and I'll share this right now. The team that I had when I departed there was probably the best and most highly functioning team overall, probably that I've ever had the pleasure of supervising.
Well, it's because it's about the connections.
Yeah.
That's what the race war doesn't tell you. It's what Remember the Titans taught me when I was like 8. Like it's when you get to personalities and you get together and you have a common goal, that's what's beautiful. That's I had the I was raised in a wonderful cult, but it was it was very frowned upon to have any type of racism expressed, and you would not have any privileges in that church if you expressed racism. And I got to work in at the headquarters up there in New York, and it was to see 2,000 men from all different parts of the world and the things that can be accomplished. And that's just small. You saw it on a huge military level, the ability to get everyone behind one common goal. And that transfers to your leadership, effective leadership, when you can understand that when everyone has a common goal, you can be a well-oiled machine.
Yeah.
Do you think like there was, was there any between the, I don't know how it works, so you have to let me know if I'm wrong, but was there like any type of a competitive field between other teams or other people in leadership roles with you, or how they viewed you, or did you notice that going into 2019?
I mean, there were a few, and I didn't care for them either, So I mean, the feeling was mutual. So I don't. It would be unfair for me to say that somebody in particular, kind of like I guess kind of didn't want to deal with me, had it out for me, or whatever. For the most part, I always tried to be about business, and doing the right thing. Now, most of the time when I would piss people off is taking up for my employees, because there seems to be a lot of those, not just the senior level individuals, but their staff. They think they're more important than others, So I had to break my foot off in a few asses for being disrespectful to my employees when they're trying to do their best to help them out with whatever educational project that they had to help them with. So there were times like that. So I'm sure I rubbed some. Well, I know I did. I rubbed some people wrong that way, but I didn't give a damn then, and I certainly don't give a damn now. To me, as a leader, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to clear the BS and the garbage from out of your employees' way so that they can accomplish their mission, And unfortunately, in there, they prefer politics and ass kissing.
Speaking of that, you want to tell me the story that you told me about how you met Liz James and how you ended up taking up for her and all that?
Yeah. And there was another individual. I'm not going to say his position or his name, but he also assisted in that. But Liz James, and I can't remember when she got there. It doesn't really matter. But at the time, I was in D.C. In the office, and Liz James, came in. Never been in the federal government before. Came in from, I believe she was at Tulane University in charge of distance learning or something. it was a very toxic environment in our office. Back then, the executive assistant for the chief learning officer, that was the top SES in my former organization. She pretty much ran things, very hostile. It was a nasty situation. Okay. So that executive assistant and her staff successfully ran away the person who was in that position before Liz James came. He was a white male and an Air Force retired colonel. Okay. But they gave him so much. I witnessed it one time. This person talked to him like a damn dog. And I'm just like, what? He was sitting in my office and I looked at him. He was in tears. I said, sir, are you going to allow that? There's nothing I can do. I get no backup, So he just got talked to like a dog. The second in command, of that organization. Okay. So that was kind of the environment there. So fast forward, Liz James comes in and I saw her walk back and forth in front of and past my office 2 or 3 times. And my bullshit flag went up that she was getting set up. So I walked out, I introduced myself. We started talking. I asked her if she needed some help, what she was doing. And sure as hell, they were undermining her already. Second day on the job, undermining her. And that EA, see, I didn't let her know that I didn't like her worth of shit. She was talking crap about her, about Liz. So down the hall from me was and I don't know the name of the title. It's some big fancy title, but bottom line is the top HR person for all of Veterans Health Administration. Her office was right down the hall from me. And we had a good, friendly relationship, professional relationship. We'd talk from time to time. And when I found out when Liz told me what was going on, I marched my ass right down to her office and blew the whistle to her. That ensued, an investigation ensued after that. The person I mentioned earlier, not by name or position, he also wrote a statement. I wrote a statement. And anyway, within a couple of months, that executive assistant had departed our organization.
So the system was sort of working, right, at that point. Like if there was a troublemaker. But
see, I jumped the of course, there's an open door policy, but I jumped the process. If I would have gone through the process, nothing would have happened. I can assure you of that. Not a damn thing would have happened. But I went straight to the big boss. The big boss. Yeah. Exactly. The one who could make something happen. And she did.
She becomes important later on too. And I keep mentioning 2019, and the only reason I do is because it keeps referencing to, or in that video you sent the link to us about, it kept referencing about how 18 months prior you had made some of these tweets and stuff that were later brought up. Am I getting that timeline correct, or I thought?
Actually, I believe the tweets were in February of 20. It's when I made those, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, and now, and they end up becoming a key player in their argument later on, right? Like 18 months later, is that right? How that works? Or do you get immediate blowback for your tweets right after you?
Oh yeah. It was months later. They had to, and they had to hunt for those. They had to, go in there, look at my account, and see those tweets. I had all the security crap locked down. To the best of my knowledge, I had no representation of VA in my profile whatsoever. I was just, just Jody Thomas. I didn't have
people. Just to give people an idea, these tweets, it's like F you, Schumer. I think everything we have said when we see an image of Chuck Schumer and have uttered from our mouths. I mean, it's not like
I have the pictures of them, actually. I'll pull some of them up here for
it's not
people
like
to see.
you're wishing for the death of the American government, like
No.
the way they make it sound in their report. But I just wanted, like you, and he's going to pull them up because I thought some of them were funny, except for the I don't show the dick one project, but
Purple dick.
But the thing I was sort of curious about is you didn't at that point. You're just going along your daily routine and work,
you bet.
right?
And actually, all the stuff you were talking about. What's funny is in 2020, the year that I did all those egregious acts, I was rated outstanding, which is the highest rating on the performance appraisal scale for that year. So all those allegations of me, screwing up my team, I can't be trusted anymore. All of that is a bunch of garbage because I was rated outstanding in 2020 on my performance appraisal. So how can that be?
Well, and that's and we want to get into that, but I want to get into the snowball effect here, right? Because it takes time for when a president gets in office. I'm sure you've seen you've seen 3 different presidents take office while you were working. Mm-hmm. So the policy change, what would you say the turnaround time is? A year before you start to see it trickle down? 2 years? Is it immediate? Or is it never change? It just
depending on what it is, it could be pretty immediate. But yeah, for 3 months, 6 months, a year, never, back to we wait them out,
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, because, we got COVID going on, and then, everyone's on social media. You're on your private account, doing your stuff. I mean, it was
my personal device.
Yeah, on your personal device. It wasn't like you were Hillary Clinton with several government phones with illegal. Isn't that and we're gonna get. It just angers me when it comes to stuff like that because they pick on someone like you, and for doing something completely legal.
Yeah.
And within the realms of your God-given rights. And the fact that we have a means to speak to leadership, even if they don't read their comments, we know their aides are. We know there's someone manning that account, and they get to see all of the negative stuff people are saying about them. So we had the first time to be able to communicate this way during a crisis. And then you're still going about your daily duties. You're taking care of veterans who are being screwed over by private companies or different other types of issues that they're finding and helping them find resources so that they can build their lives back up after the abuse they went through. And then all of a sudden, when do you start to see the environment really sour towards you? Like is there a point where you're like, this is a little more serious.
They're coming after me. After me.
Yeah.
It would have probably been in May of 21 is when I started thinking that they pulled my draft number and they're trying to hook me up. It wasn't just me. There were 2 others. in leadership positions in our division. All three of us white, all three of us conservative, one of us a female. But two of us veterans, retired, one enlisted, me, one field grade officer, the other.
It happened in May of 21.
Yeah, there was an investigation that started up over some anonymous tips. They started an anonymous tip line. So,
what was the anonymous tip line? Like, how did they advertise that within in the corporation?
Just so they could find out what was going on, I guess. You know, if people had been discriminated against, if they saw wrongdoing, you know, we already had the IG, the whistleblower, all those different offices that get paid to do that. But my organization decided that, an individual decided that we were going to, you know, use tax dollars to create a new anonymous tip line. And if my memory is true, it pretty much consisted of people complaining about their supervisors for everything, which that's the norm, you know. But the difference is with the three of us, it was much more targeting, if you will. And of course, we knew exactly.
Did everyone else recognize it as targeting?
Or, oh, yeah.
So you all realized at the same moment. Well, and it was an investigation opened up to the three of you all at the same time.
Yes, it was. Well, let me back up. Hold on. Let me correct that. It wasn't in our face directed at all three of us. It was only directed at one, but the other two, we were collateral damage along with that, if that makes any sense.
Yes, no, it was the, hey, we can take out three birds with one stone.
Exactly.
Okay. Absolutely. And my computer's acting funky here because my internet's pretty bad. So I'm not going to pull the rest of them up, but I got one of them up here just to give you an idea of the text of the messages that they used to terminate him. Here's just one example.
Yeah, this is first of all, I love it was Ilhan Omar because I was living like an hour and a half away from where they were shipping Somalians in overnight to Minnesota, and I had friends that were experiencing it, and it was the craziest thing. Like one summer happened, and then there was 200,000 Somalians in Minnesota, and it's and so like, and here's your comment. You know, was she all ticked off about? I can't really see it that way. That good.
Yeah. What started? Most of my comments were directed at those leftist squad members, including Schumer and Pelosi, when COVID was going on, or they were blasting President Trump on his handling of COVID. That's what it was. And so I was just responding to them and their BS comments.
Which you're allowed to do on your personal phone, on your personal time. You know, like this is, and you're not threatening violence. You're expressing the American voice.
Yep.
Everyone was screaming at these people.
Exactly. Now tell me, am I lying about that? What I say right there? She is an old hag. You know?
Absolutely. She's a geriatric, and that's one of the things we need to get rid of is all the geriatrics we have in our government.
Amen. And
they won't do it. They won't do it till we build a nursing. That's what it is. It's a nursing home. We put them in the the federal nursing home.
Yeah, and if y'all think about it, all of this garbage has happened under the watchful eye of those baby boomers, the baby
Now,
boomer generation.
you were there during 2016 to 2020 while Trump was in office and the propaganda machine was at its finest. Did you follow anyone on Facebook or Twitter and see them bitching about Trump while you were?
Well, yes, I did. I had a peer who was always posting some derogatory comments about President Trump. And now for me, since, the VA falls under the executive branch, I look at that a little differently, you know. The whole time I was an employee, I don't recall blasting a president on social media, but that I'm well within my rights to do so. I just didn't. Okay. But now this individual, VA, all over her stuff, where she works, all that. And I do believe that there was even the one post, if you remember, where they're cutting his head, Trump's head off or whatever. That depiction on that meme. Yeah, that one was shared. There's all kinds of, there's plenty of nastiness directed towards him. So if we're going to compare apples and apples, I can compare them very easily with what I said versus what was said by that person.
I want to give people an idea, this is not a one-sided event where one people had no opinion and you were out there just, trolling the internet, like this. People, I remember the first 4 years of Trump. I don't know if you people remember, but I remember, and it was non-stop. And everyone was it didn't matter. I mean, it didn't matter what bureaucracy of government we're working in. People within his cabinet were, talking smack. So, I felt that people who supported Trump were the ones that showed the most restraint. I mean, like, they were the ones that were like, no, I better not go take it that far. Meanwhile, it was the hard left liberal agenda that was shooting up congressmen at baseball games. I mean, all the violent, shot at the, attempts at assassinating a presidential candidate twice, more times than that, according to recent interviews. So, yeah, I just, I love the hypocrisy of this, and it feels like this is just, it's a perfect seeding ground to really allow corrupt people to blossom.
You bet.
These bureaucracies, they're just allowed to sit there and fester and hide in the, in the cracks until they're needed, and that's sort of what it feels like. Like you and two other people are all of a sudden under the microscope, under investigation. What were you under? Just to reestablish that, what were you under investigation again?
Like I said earlier, it wasn't a direct. It was kind of indirect with me and the other person. The main person they were after, they were recommending termination. Elizabeth James was recommending termination for not properly supervising grown individuals off duty hours. Do I need to repeat that? Yes.
So yes. By you posting this stuff that was under this person's responsibility to advise you not to during your off-duty hours. That's what she's claiming.
Yeah, that's what the investigation was. That was part of it, and there was all kinds of other stuff too. That individual had been through the ringer numerous times. All of it unfounded, but they started it up again. So that person was definitely the main target.
This is Liz, the lady you helped out, correct?
Yeah, she was the one doing the targeting.
She launched this investigation against you.
Yeah.
And this is what, 6 years later after she's
yeah, she'd probably been there about that, I would imagine. No, not that long. Four years or so.
I'm gonna spare you guys reading the whole thing because one, I can't blow it up like I would like to.
I've got a couple of things. I blew it up just on my monitor that I wanted to go over because I thought
great, absolutely.
If that's
but I just wanted to point out that everything in this letter that they're focusing on as far as terminating him are pretty much focused on the tweets, which are First Amendment speech.
And let me clarify that first charge there, that was off-duty hours between three grown individuals. It was just, clowning around, messing with each other. Nobody, and the thing is, nobody had any issues with it. And this charge, the last time PD, aka Purple Dick, showed his face was about 3 to 4 years prior to this. A little education here. In the federal government, an employee who feels as though they've been discriminated against or sexually harassed or what have you has 45 days from the time that occurred to file a complaint. Here we are 3 to 4 years down the road, and I'm being questioned. I'm being recommended for disciplinary action because of a Purple Dick picture, off-duty hours, personal devices, the whole 9 yards. 4 years before. See, that is kind of what triggered me a little bit because that makes no sense. It's illegal. It's not with compliance with equal employment law, none of that. But yet it was happening anyway.
The law and policy by doing that, right?
Exactly. And then we already, so with that one, we can just pretty much ignore that other than the stupidity of it even being on there. The reason that I was recommended for termination, because other than the other person I was talking about being recommended for termination, I was the only other one. And the only thing me and the other person had in common with our disciplinary action was the Purple Dick picture, and the Purple Dick picture that they used for evidence wasn't even a Purple Dick picture that I sent. Y'all saw it. That Purple Dick picture was fished out of the Gulf of Mexico. You saw it right there, right?
I didn't, it's amazing the type of stuff. It's Gulf of America, by the way, Jody.
I'm sorry, Gulf of America. Thank you for correcting me.
Yeah, it's amazing. Rightfully so, because whatever the Mexican government's been breeding over there is unacceptable. And we'd love to show you, but we can't. I mean, this is just you playing around with your buddy, right? Through email, right? This isn't even personal email, right? Not government email.
Text messages. There he is. Look at that. Look at that rascal. Look how handsome he is.
Yeah. Well, there goes.
PD is the man.
I don't think that's anything to be terminated over right there.
Off-duty hours. I got to lower my voice. I'm getting pissed off thinking about this. But yeah, I mean, off-duty hours, it's nobody's damn business. What?
And that was just something you and your buddy.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But anyway, so I wasn't being recommended for termination because of that Purple Dick picture. I was being recommended for termination for my tweets. And
this right here is and I mean, I was trying to find, is this the one where she says she doesn't feel safe around you? Is this the document?
No, that's the other set of documents that all those documents that are embedded in that Adobe. I'm sorry, no, it's not. It's in the evidence. This is not the evidence file. What you're talking about is in the evidence file.
Yeah.
Where
So this is just,
where she's just, and that pissed me off even worse. Her
and
basically.
we'll get to that, but like you notice that there's a direct hit coming for you in May, right?
Oh, yeah.
And this is October 5th, 2021. So we're now 10 months into a Biden presidency. At this point, a little under 10 months into a Biden presidency, and this is Liz, the woman you helped. Evidently, that was the mistake here, Jody. Was you should have just let her go. You know,
Yep.
Now she's proposed removal under the authority of blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
And then it goes over you and a few other people where a penis was photoshopped or edited into the photo. In some cases, the penis was placed into the mouth or hands of the person depicted in the photo. During your employment in the EES events division, you distributed to the leadership staff, including these two people. So now this wasn't just wasn't you forcing dick pics on people. You know, you weren't running around being like, this was just
a group of friends, correct?
Correct.
These were all people that you considered friends.
Correct.
Did one of these guys rat you out? Is that what happened here? How'd she find out? It doesn't matter, I guess.
The anonymous tip line.
Oh yeah,
the anonymous tip line.
But
I want to clarify something. I knew that they were coming after me when during that investigation that was started up in May against the other person. When I was asked in that whole shit show of an investigation, when they started asking me questions about the purple dick picture, I knew that the bullseye was on my forehead.
Yeah, that's because they should have never have known about that.
Yeah, but it occurred during the anonymous tip line.
Now this investigation, right? This is leading up to this document being printed out. Is that correct?
Yeah, I received this. If I recall, I think it was October 7th. October 7th of 2021.
All right, so this is Elizabeth's summary of everything.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me how the investigation works. Like, do you have to sit before like 5 people and they all ask you questions, or is
there I think there was 4 or 5. In some of my emails that I sent to y'all, there's a breakdown of each of those panel members on that investigative panel or whatever it was called. The ones conducting the investigation. It was 4 or 5 people. And you just sit in there and go through the interview process with them, asking all kinds of, whatever questions they want to ask. There's a court recorder and all that, reporter, whatever, all that there. So
I mean, it's a big deal. This is yeah. It's a big deal. And like, are you taken away from working in your position during the investigation, or how does that work?
Not during the investigation. So once I received this, that's all I was presented. I had, and now mind you, the tweets during the investigation back in May, I was nor anywhere in between from the time I got this back to the investigation was I ever asked one thing about any tweets. Not one word about any tweets.
It's just popped up.
Just popped up. Here you go, buddy. Yeah, I forgot to mention that, I think.
Oh, that had to have been infuriating.
Dude.
Right here it says, this is based on your actions, this is coming from Liz, I have completely lost confidence in your ability to lead employees or to otherwise remain a productive employee in the Department of Veteran Affairs.
Yet I had already been rated for FY20, and I was rated outstanding
For like 3 years in a row or whatever it was.
Yeah. And in August of 21, I received a cash award for a project that I was working on.
Doesn't matter. Now,
you were the wrong color, brother?
Yeah.
Wrong politics and wrong color.
And just the wrong individual. I don't bend the knee. I do my best to stand up for what's right and abide by the oath that I took as a federal employee, which very few do, because the Constitution has been desecrated over the decades. So that oath that everybody takes, cops, if the oath meant something, there wouldn't be so much bullshit with cops all the time. They'd be trying to do the right thing at all times. Same goes in the government. People take the oath and it means nothing to most of them. They don't give a shit, because here you go at the upper echelon, they don't care. And so then you have the choice: either you abide by your oath and do the right thing, or you do what we're told. And if you don't do what we're told, you're going home. And that's the way it is across the board.
Miss Catherine with a comment here. Was Liz a veteran?
Nope. But her daddy was.
And the other person that terminated was involved in your termination, Jessica Bongiorni. She also was not a veteran, correct?
That is correct. And she is the top, is that top HR person now, not the person, years back when I helped Lizzie out. But she is in that position now. Bongiorni is.
Well, we got lots of stuff on her. We'll bring out a little bit later.
But she was the approver of she was the executor.
Liz was, or Jessica?
Jessica.
Okay, so Liz drew up the document and compiled the tweets and was just aghast that you would tell Ilhan Omar to take her brother lover back to. I don't even think you brought that up. That's you
I did.
You missed an opportunity there.
I see. I don't think I knew about that, but what I did tell her is she was talking shit about President Trump, and I told her to take her sorry ass back to Somalia and do great things over there if she thinks she's so great. I'm trying to help her people out, and her too.
Yes, well, it's just ridiculous. You're not, if anything, you're sticking true to your oath by being able to express yourself on private time and then still fulfilling the duties. You weren't selectively helping veterans based off of their political views.
No.
Yeah. That's what it was about. That's the whole point of Veteran Affairs, is to help veterans, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what your political beliefs are, because in the end, it's a brotherhood, brother sisterhood. It's you take care of your own, and it doesn't matter.
A veteran, wouldn't you want a veteran in there taking care of the other veterans, like Jody here?
So you're saying that, how do these people get into management roles, Jody, that aren't veterans?
They probably get in easier than veterans do, I would say, to be quite honest with you. Even though veterans have hiring practice, the hiring preference, those lists, after they go through, all the scrutiny and everything of that application process, these different lists come out, for different categories. And a supervisor, I always thought that a hiring manager had to consider very highly a veteran list, especially a disabled veteran list. But that's not the case. The hiring manager has the discretion to use it or not use it. So, and then also if you look at jobs on USA Jobs, it says who can apply. They already block veterans from even applying to the jobs because they announce them internal only. And, they do that to give people the opportunity to advance. However, if that person is not the best for the job, and there's a veteran out there that might, or some disabled person or whatever that would do a better job, then why wouldn't we want the best person in there instead of this person that's been there, new blood, new ideas, new diversity of thought.
Because it was, they wanted equal outcome. It didn't matter at what cost. It didn't matter at the cost of relating to the people you were helping. And I'm not saying like civilians can't help veterans, but I would just think when it come to that organization, you would want someone that understood you to be helping you.
Yeah.
And I think if you polled veterans when it came to their VA care, all of them would agree to that. And I could be wrong, but I would think, I would think that would be the general consensus.
I want to, but give me one sec, because I want to take up for the for the non-veterans. They're a shit ton. We all see the bad stuff, from government employees, but they're a shit. The folks I worked with, the majority of them were top notch, squared away. Not that it matters a whole lot, but highly educated, hardworking, and they give a damn about the veteran. 90% of them really give a damn. But it's all the extra bureaucracy and ass kissers and zero leadership from the top that makes life a living hell. When we're trying to accomplish the mission of helping and supporting the veteran.
Well, and you're a person that knows what can be accomplished when people all get on the same page, and then when you're working with people who I'm sure at the time maybe you were like, why are they deliberately doing this to me? But now looking back, it has to make it has to bring you some closure, right? To know what was going on.
Oh yeah, you bet.
Well, and let's get into that, right? So
okay.
She reports this in October. You get beginning of October there.
Yep.
What's the process from that point? Once you get the report that your tweets have ruined all confidence.
Yeah.
In
if I recall, I think I had 5 business days to write a rebuttal or whatever, and send it to Bon Journey. I opted, and y'all saw the video, I opted to make about an hour-long video and send it to her instead.
That video queued up, by the way, if you want to watch any of it.
Are you talking to me or Corey?
Either one of you guys.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I think
Corey.
Yeah, I think we're covering it pretty good,
Yeah.
Is it under private? Can people not access it unless you share the link with them?
I believe that's how. I think I have it public. I'll check, but I'll make it public.
Yeah, I think we'll put the link in the description below there, and then people can go and watch it. And because it's fresh for you right then, at that moment when you're talking about what happened is you got railroaded. Just completely railroaded and made to seem like some horrible creature, really. One punch after another against your character.
Oh yeah, and you see throughout that shaming in that document all kinds of DEI innuendos in there.
It's not even innuendos. It says it right. Let me pull it up here. It says it right on there. If I can find it.
I told y'all I was going to try to be gentle on here. I'm trying not to be so rough.
Yes, I know there's Raging Cajun in there, buddy. So I mean, you can let it out. My grandparents on my mother's side are from the Bayou.
Oh,
so,
okay.
I understand the fire, brother. I do understand that. So, we just want to get your entire story out here. I was trying to see. I saw it somewhere here where it said it goes against their core values, and it literally says DEI on it, which I didn't even know was being put into policy that early.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a pretty well-oiled machine there when it came to them implementing this. I mean, it seemed like pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, you know what's ironic, and they can't do shit in a timely manner to actually do something that helps veterans, but for some stupid bullshit, they can make it happen in a heartbeat. You know, just like my ouster. I mean, I tried to terminate an employee who refused to do a damn thing, not even show up to work. And I got shot down every time, had all my ducks in a row, the whole 9 yards. And so now, after I've had all this time to reflect, and with all these things coming out over the past few weeks and months, maybe it's because I was a white male and a conservative, because everybody knew I was a conservative. Maybe that's why I couldn't terminate her, you know, but who knows?
That's interesting. Well, and
that's my perception. So that's my reality.
And it doesn't make sense, because I mean, it makes sense now, but as you're in the process and you're bringing out all of these issues and you're trying to improve the system, and they're not budging on it. And now we look back and we realize that there was a purge of anyone that did not step in line. And I mean, was there any tie? Do you think, because this has been around the time the vaccine came out too, correct? Was there some tie to that too? Or was that a whole nother hemisphere of issues going on?
If I recall,
you're good. You're good.
Oh, okay. If I recall, that all started once Biden came in. You know, the mandates for the vaccine. So yeah, I mean, they jumped on that full bore. You know, threatening us with firing us and all this kind of garbage. Just like y'all already know. I mean, that was the way it was back then. You know.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, so it's just it sounds like a horrible work environment. It sounds like absolutely a hellhole to work in.
The problem is, like I said, zero leadership. How these people get into these strategic leadership type positions, I can't figure it out. Other than they're connected to some politician somewhere, maybe. I don't know.
Well, this DEI thing was, this was a focus. I mean, there was a direct push to have it installed as quickly as possible. To me, I think that they planned to start this in 2016, and it got hampered, and so they set up all the groundwork so that when Biden took office, they could easily implement everything else. And really, if you're looking at it in the aspect of purging, it makes sense that they would go to people's personal profiles to see who they wanted to get rid of.
Oh, yeah.
There's no other reason, especially for her. I mean, in her letter, there's nothing other than your tweets.
Yeah.
There's nothing at work. There's nothing about your performance. There's nothing about how you treat employees.
No leave issues, none of that. Nothing but my
Dismantle
tweets.
any of that because he's an exemplary supervisor, a great employee, and one hell of a leader.
At least based on my performance appraisals. Some may not say that, but
Well,
you know, there's some people in here that I think have worked with you before that have said, I don't know. There was a comment back here that said you were a great leader. Somebody I think that had worked with you before. So,
well, I can't see the
compliment.
comments. So I greatly appreciate it. Whoever said that.
Well, and that's just it though, is if there was it wasn't even used as, oh, and by the way, look at how he tweets at people. It was just that. That was her only evidence against you. So it shows that it had to have been politically motivated, especially if the 4 years prior, she couldn't get off of her social media tweeting about how horrible the president was. Yeah. So now, and let's be honest, 2021 came along, and I don't think I've ever seen our country in my generation as divided as it had ever been. I mean, I understand the Civil War happened, and that's pretty divided time. But for the last 100 years, we haven't seen a division like we saw in 2021. Yeah, and not saying that it isn't still there, but it was at a high point. People were treating each other horribly, and I can't wait. I mean, I know you have your personal story, Jody, but we're going to see how many thousands of people were affected by this over the 4 years. Oh, yeah. How many? Go ahead.
I hope people start coming out and sharing their story. Those who've been railroaded in there, come out and tell your story, and don't be ashamed of it. Or, I mean, you see, they got me for a purple dick picture. I could care less. Don't give a damn what anybody thinks. Tell your story.
The purple dick picture, people. It wasn't like you were running around the office giving out dick pics.
Exactly.
It was some, and by the way, for the technology that was out there, it was very well edited.
Now, and I have to mention, I'm not going to mention him by name unless he gets on there and owns up to it. But there is a PD master, a purple dick master, and he can create all kinds of things with purple dick. There's a purple dick burst.
It's done. No.
He actually did this Liz Warren stuff that came out. I had him do me a PD version of her, and I tweeted that out actually. So 2025 is going to be the year of the purple dick. We're bringing the purple dick back.
Yeah.
I mean, it is the year of the snake. So
I told you, Roy.
Brian Murphy. Giving you some love there.
Yeah. I saw that.
So what happens now after you get this paperwork? Do you go before committee and they decide if you're getting fired or
no? That's all up to Jessica Bonjourney. She makes that call.
You can't appeal it, or
and I can't remember the exacts of all the different appeal process or whatever, but MSPB, all that, Merit Service Protection Board is what that stands for. She was the decider of that. So I guess I was supposed to bend the knee. And
did she talk to you? Did she have a one-on-one with you?
Nope.
Just rubber stamp. You think it was a rubber stamp?
It never went to her terminating me per se, because I resigned. She effed with me and delayed, using the excuse that I had filed these complaints, which I did, and I was on a hold or whatever. But that hold lifted in February of 22. So I was just in a limbo status with them jacking with me because they had moved me to a flunky just throw me in there doing GS5 level work and I'm a GS14, just to get rid of me. And the reason they did that, and I'm sure y'all saw the breakdown of the properties and everything of the document, is because I submitted a FOIA request to get all email that Elizabeth James had sent for the previous 2 years that had my name in it. Within hours of them being notified of that request by the FOIA office, that memorandum that I sent was drafted to move me to this flunky position out of my position. And my reasonable accommodation that I wanted, I'm gonna throw that in now, was for her to get on video, because that was her rule back then during COVID. You got to be on video for everything. Well, when she gave me my termination recommendation, her coward ass had her video off. Don't even have the courage or guts to look me in my eyes, even through video, and there's no doubt she had a whole office full of people in there listening and watching, because they probably figured I was going to cuss her ass out. But I didn't say anything, not a word. So my reasonable accommodation I wanted was for her to look me in my eye and tell me why I was being moved. And if you saw in some of the emails back and forth, having that discussion with her, her response was, it's management's discretion. Now,
wow,
I would not have been afforded the opportunity to say it's management's discretion to one of my employees. But on top of that, since I consider myself to be a decent human being and a leader, I would never do that to somebody anyway. I'd look them in the eyes and tell them why I'm doing something, So
well,
I had to submit a freaking a reasonable accommodation request to try to get her to tell me why I was being moved. And of course, that went nowhere. I apparently confused the reasonable accommodation office. They started talking about I'm already on telework and this and that. No, I'm asking to be told why I'm being moved. But that never occurred.
So did they move you then?
Yeah, they moved me. Yep, sure did.
And so I mean, they pretty much just wanted to stuff you in a corner.
Exactly. Until the hold from my complaints, because I filed like I said, an EEO complaint and a whistleblower complaint. Until the hold was lifted, then they could oust me.
And how long did they put you in the corner before you resigned?
Oh, crap. I believe I got sent to the corner in timeout in November of 21. So from November 21, I think, until I resigned in April.
This had to affect your mental health, something fierce.
Oh yeah. Just slightly. But from a business, I wanted, actually, I forgot I was being kind of a smart ass, but real in my emails to that idiot. I wanted to know the business case for my move, because that was, they in the government, they'll latch on to the latest and greatest phrases and new ideas and ways to word things from the private sector and outside. So business case, where I wanted they used that a lot back then. I wanted to know the business case, since everything needed a business case. What's the business case for my move? What's that doing to make our organization any better? But couldn't.
You're allowed to do, right? I mean, that's.
Yeah,
that's completely within your realms to figure out why this is going on, how this how do you know this isn't being done out of spite rather than for the benefit of the organization?
Yep.
What was, I mean, like, did it affect your pay going to that, or does your pay stay the same?
No, my pay stayed the same, but of course, with all of this going on, I took a lot of leave, and I ended up I had a bunch of leave saved up, sick leave included. And once I, used all that up, I did go into a no pay status. So I was still an employee, but just wasn't getting paid because I ran out of leave.
So you wouldn't go. So you didn't go back. Oh, go ahead.
If I'm not mistaken, one of the reasons you finally decided to resign was also because you got approved for your disability. Correct? Am I correct in that, or no?
No, that's not correct. I resigned a month prior to me being notified. And I had already been denied once and appealed it. And so I wasn't counting on that to come back approved, to be honest with you. I had just had enough of the bullshit, sitting in limbo for that many months, even after the hold was lifted. It took a little toll on me, and I'm not one. I'm not one to be able to accept a railing like I was getting. So it was impacting my mental health substantially, and I opted to go ahead and resign. But a month later is when I did get the letter that I had been approved for disability retirement, which I wouldn't be on disability retirement from the federal government had it not been for this bullshit that I endured jacking with the likes of Jessica Bonjourney and Elizabeth James. I would still be gainfully employed, doing whatever it is I would be doing now.
And you need to be,
which is what you're good at, which is what you should be doing.
And there needs to be justice to this. I mean, there needs to be justice for Jody Thomas. There needs to be justice for the thousands of other people whose whole lives were, they promised a level of service to us. And they kept their politics out of the decisions that helped veterans. And the payment for that was backstabbing, making sure that they could force these people out to bring. I mean, it was heartless. And to me, man, like, I get it. We're not in Nazi Germany or communist Russia where we're killing 50 million people of our own citizens, but the tactics are still the same. It's still remove any opposition, install your ideology, and destroy the enemy. And for a long time, one party, the Republicans, thought that, you know what, if we just show a respect for the Republic and what it stands for, the Democrats will come around and they'll learn that's how they operate. And what happened when Biden took office was a full, like we had never seen before. They ignored every aspect of the Constitution.
Yep.
And they took everyone's rights that they could, and in order to do that, they had to, as quickly as possible, get rid. It didn't matter if you were in the VA. Well, I mean, you're not out there making global decisions on GDP or activism or anything like that, but you had shown opposition to the wrong person, and not even on your own time. It didn't matter. Yeah. It's very similar to what was going on in Russia during the early Stalin years, where in the middle of night, people were rounded up and just sent to Siberia and never seen again. And that's essentially what they did to these, they did to you, Jody. They, in the middle of the night, hit you with something you had done years ago.
Yep.
And used it as a force to not only throw you into the corner, but then get you to a point where they knew that if they could keep you in limbo and really pry on your emotional status, that you would just go away anyway.
Yep.
And those are the people that they're the masterminds need to pay for this, and you need to be compensated for that. And the people that just followed orders, they need to, they got to be removed. They can't be allowed to operate.
See, here's another problem. As I've already stated, the EEO process, which the head of that organization in January, I think it was, of 24, came out in the news that they had like some kind of sexual harassment stuff going on in that office. Some of the top folks, messing with their subordinates and fighting over it, apparently. But that's the office that was in charge of my EEO complaint, processing it. And to the best of my recollection, I didn't speak to one person who was like me. Not one person. As far as a white male.
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, no, they isolated you. Isolated you. And then they threw you out with the trash because to them you were nobody because you didn't fit their. I think that's too, like we don't talk enough about in 2020 and 2021 during the shutdowns and this claim that there were essential workers and non-essential workers. The mental, what does that do to the mentality of someone when they've spent their whole life in the restaurant business and they now find out that they are viewed non-essential?
Yeah.
Even though they are, but they're told by their government you're non-essential. And you did that to almost 40% of the population. And you experienced that here, like all your years of serving our country, not just in the military, but in the Veterans Affairs, in the VA, your whole life dedicated to taking care of the people who served this country. But you were deemed non-essential because what you believed in your personal life did not align with the correct political views. And it's that, it has to make you feel like, I mean, how did it make you feel, Jody, to like just be treated like dog meat, essentially?
Infuriating is about the only word that I can use to describe my feelings.
You ever seen that Chris Farley episode where on SNL where they ask him about the fake coffee and he's like very angry?
Exactly.
That's how you said infuriating. I mean, I know you're trying to just put it down into one word, but you can't put it to one word, Jody.
Yeah.
I mean, and
too, there's a lot of expletive that he really wants to use here, just so you guys know. And I'm sure a lot of you guys that know him also know that.
I told him I was going to say one, not one of them.
I think you're better than I have been. So I get more riled up because it's, I read through all these documents, but now that I put a face to the name and have gotten a chance to just get to know you a little bit, it's so sad that you went through this, man, and I'm sorry you did.
Actually, you know what? Had I not gone through it, y'all might not be getting the discussion with me that or with anybody, you know, who went through the same type crap, at least in the VA, you know, because I believe y'all told me I'm the first one to come on like this, and you know, like I said earlier, not everybody's willing to lay their shit out for all to see. And that's the only, that is,
let me also let me also say that since I don't know what was it that what's the reason you contacted me? Was it the VA article that I put out? Is that what you saw that prompted you to contact me?
That and dude, this shit's been fuming and brewing inside of me ever since it happened, ever since May of 2020, when that investigation started and they mentioned Purple Dick to me. It's just a inferno inside of me, and I was hoping and praying that Trump got reelected and he would do exactly what he's doing right now, and that would present me with the opportunity to throw my shit out on social media in more detail than I have in the past. Over the years, I'd be pissed off, especially when I was drinking, and fire off some shit or do some drunk ramble on Facebook Live or something, you know, but nothing like I did with that tweet that I sent.
Well,
that I tweeted that day. But yeah, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just saying, I mean, I don't hold any of those against you because, I mean, your brain's trying to process what the heck happened.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, this is your life, and you didn't do anything wrong, and here you are without a job. These people that you thought were friends stabbed you in the back on the way out.
On disability.
On disability. You have a family?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you got a family you got to worry about. You got that whole thing you got to worry about, and they didn't care. None of them cared.
Yeah, I mean, if I can put it in monetary perspective, and I'm going to state this based on what my pay was, you know, when I departed, factoring in my disability retirement from the federal government, I'm still for the past however many years in the red each month of household income by $6,050, and that is based on the pay scale in 22 when I resigned. So, and I haven't even looked at what it would be today. So yeah, $6,050 a month that I've been living without because of some tweets where I spoke the truth and stated my opinion on my own time, my own personal device.
Well, it had nothing to do with the tweets. It was the only thing they could find that bugged her. It bugged her, and she said, you know what? I bet we can swing this. And she was absolutely correct, because either someone else told her that she had to get rid of a certain amount of people, or you know how it is. They're so disingenuous. It's hard for me to be anything corporate America, because it's such a disingenuous world where these people you think are friends, and then it turns out that their boss is telling them you need to get rid of 5 people, and we can't have it come back on us. You know, figure out a way. You know,
I want to add, you know. I wonder if Jessica Bonjourney and all the strap hangers who helped her with this, because in the EEO documents I sent to you, she makes a comment to the EEO investigator that she already had all she needed to terminate me. To make the decision to terminate me. She was just waiting on that hold, and you know the hold lifted in February. So when I read that, why wasn't I terminated? Why did you continue to just leave me stagnated, not knowing anything? The EAs, a couple of EAs in my organization were attempting to harass me, calling me, trying to follow up on what I'm doing in my flunky job that they gave me. And I'll be quite honest with you, I didn't do a thing in that job.
Well,
Nothing.
they didn't care.
I sucked whatever I was getting paid. You know, if I was on, I was getting paid because I would have been working. But yeah, I didn't do anything. Nobody explained anything to me. You know, I think I deserve, as a human being, deserves to be, you know, informed of certain things, and that was one of them for me.
Did anyone where you got transferred to? Did any of them tell you why you were there, or
that's the thing, that no clue.
No one
asking me why I was there.
Oh,
they wouldn't tell that person. Oh no, we were like that. The person that I was to report to, another hard ass. You know, that's why they sent me there. But yeah, unbeknownst, my acting supervisor at the time didn't know jack shit. They wouldn't tell him anything. Just he needs to go to that job. Yeah. And so in turn, what that did, that caused another supervisor to then supervise my team as well. So double work for another supervisor. And then have y'all tried to put pen to paper and figure out how many tax dollars were wasted on this stupid bullshit right here? All the different entities within the VA, all the different people that I spoke with and dealt with throughout all those different complaints, all the cha-ching tax dollars. So a leftist can play bullshit games. It's what it boils down to.
And you know, I don't know if you ever listened to Rush Limbaugh back in the golden days, but that's what he would say. He would always say that you can't give these guys 1 inch. You can't give them 1 inch because you're going to tell them, oh no, we can. I guess we can do the nuclear option here just this one time, and then it will never be the same again. It'll never be the same again because they will then just want more. And they will want more until it is, you are absolutely a country you don't even recognize anymore. You got this here project.
Yeah, to something that after Jody contacted me, I actually had a bunch of other people, other whistleblowers in a similar position to him, also reach out, tell me almost the same story as him. So when President Trump gave this press conference the other day about, this was after the DC plane crash, about DEI and being the cause of it, some of the stuff he said made my ears perk up. And it goes to show what I want to point out, which is this is a far bigger problem than just the VA. This is something that is going on at every single one of these government organizations, whether it be the FDA, the FBI, CIA, whatever, all of them, all the little acronyms. Biden had an initiative that he instituted, and he specifically said in that initiative, too white. The workforce of the government workforce is too white. They want to diversify it. Well, diversify it means get rid of all the white people and replace them with diversity hires. So when I'm going to play this press conference here, I clipped out only the sections that are pertinent, so we don't have to sit through the whole thing. But I just I wanted you all to hear this. I think it's important because it really goes to show what is happening with Jody and what is happening with some of these other people that contacted me, which we're going to tell their story as well on another show. But let's go ahead and listen.
I changed the Obama standards from very mediocre at best to extraordinary. You remember that. Only the highest aptitude, they have to be the highest intellect and psychologically superior people were allowed to qualify for air traffic controllers.
And by the way, if either one of you guys want to pause it, if you want to say something in between here, feel free. Jody, I think you have controls where you can pause it yourself. I mean, not Jody, Corey.
Yeah, no, yep. I'm paying attention here. Yep.
That was not so prior to getting there. When I arrived in 2016, I made that change very early on because I always felt this was a job that, and other jobs too, but this was a job that had to be superior intelligence. And we didn't really have that, and we had it. And then when I left office and Biden took over, he changed them back to lower than ever before. I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first. And they put politics at a level that nobody's ever seen, because this was the lowest level. Their policy was horrible, and their politics was even worse. About a week ago, almost upon entering office, I signed something last week that was an executive order, very powerful one, restoring the highest standards of air traffic controllers and others, by the way. Then my administration will set the highest possible bar for aviation safety. We have to have our smartest people. It doesn't matter what they look like, how they speak, who they are. It matters intellect, talent, the word talent. They have to be talented, naturally talented geniuses. I do want to point out that various articles that appeared prior to my entering office, and here's one. The FAA's diversity push includes focus on hiring people with severe intellectual and psychiatric disabilities. That is amazing.
I can't even. Listen, I mean,
Choke up a little bit too. I mean, that's just insanity.
they want to. It backed me up. I can't even believe that was a thing. And I think, we get over. There's outrage, right? And outrage is a secondary emotion. It's not the root of what the issue is here. And when you see stuff like that, these are people that are talking to someone on a phone app, being told that they have mental health issues, and then being prescribed drugs after a 15-minute conversation with someone. And then instead of that being a deterrent and making sure that the person who you're putting in these positions has control over their body and is able to function in society, instead you just make a law saying, no matter what their issue is, let's just put them in there anyway. That's absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane.
And then it says FAA says people with severe disabilities are most underrepresented segment of the workforce, and they want them in, and they want them. They can be air traffic controllers. I don't think so. This was in January 14th. So that was.
Say what now?
I said among other things too, not just air traffic controllers, but like I said, this is in all parts of government.
Yep.
A week before I entered office, they put a big push to put diversity into the FAA's program. Then another article, the Federal Aviation Administration, this was before I got to office, recently, second term. The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric problems, and other mental and physical conditions under a diversity and inclusion hiring initiative spelled out on the agency's website. Targeted disabilities are those disabilities that the federal government, as a matter of policy, has identified for special emphasis in recruitment and hiring. The FAA's website states they include hearing, vision, missing extremities, partial paralysis, complete paralysis, epilepsy, severe intellectual disability, psychiatric disability, and dwarfism all qualify for the position of a controller. The FAA
You're muted. Corey, you're muted.
My apologies. No, I just wanted to say I didn't want to come out here and Trump isn't doing this either. He's not saying that these people have no value and they can't contribute in the workforce some way. But why are you putting people? There's this comment right here by John Sefcek, and it says there was an employee in Minnesota in the fee basis office. They installed a red button on the wall when he would flip out.
Unbelievable.
This is who replaced you, Jody. That's who replaced you.
That person better not tweet bad things.
Yeah. Well, yes. That's right. He's just got to press the red button. Someone does it for him.
FAA website shows that the agency's guidance on diversity hiring were last.
Well, and it makes you wonder if this was pushed out to the FAA, what other organizations was this policy pushed out to?
Oh yeah, every one of them. I can tell you that right now. They all mirror they're all the same when it comes to stuff like that. And I'm all for people with because I'm one of them. There's plenty of us with disabilities, and there are plenty of jobs out there for just about any type of disability that someone can perform and do a decent job with some accommodations and all that. I'm all for that. But those targeted disabilities for somebody working as an air traffic controller, I'm just going to shut up there. I'm not going to say anything else.
I agree with you, brother.
With the comment here, it says FEMA had safe spaces on the project I was on in North Carolina.
Yeah, Brad went out to North Carolina to assist with recovery efforts after the hurricane. He might be one you want to talk to as well about that experience.
Well, we welcome anyone that wants to call in. I've seen a couple of people cowardly using language as their excuse for not calling in, but we accept everyone over here. So if you got to drop a couple F-bombs to get a point across, I don't care. Express your mind with what you've seen, because this is all new to us. I think it's new to the world. That this stuff was, we heard about it. We saw it in Target. We saw it in Walmart. And we were like, okay, these companies are doing it. We didn't realize to the full extent that it was being done within the federal government. And it is odd that, now it's, it hasn't worked for them. This idea, this experiment. 4 years, and you've got boats running into bridges. You've got planes falling out of the sky. It's not a good sign for these people here.
And if I can add, it doesn't have a damn thing to do, and we're saying the same thing. It doesn't have a damn thing to do with anybody's race, but that race and disability, all that, this DEI stuff has just overridden common sense, and selecting people who are capable and have the potential and the experience and all that to do a certain job. It's whatever flavor you are takes priority.
Exactly.
Well,
and that goes back to what you said earlier, to where it's not so much them being able to apply for the same jobs and have the equality there, but we shouldn't put them above other qualified individuals for these jobs, especially when it is at a cost of whatever, human life or whatever it may be, you know?
Yeah.
It's
another thing
go ahead.
Another thing, let me just finish one thing. Another thing I want to say is, as far as people calling in, come on and call in. Don't, you know, the only way, like, we want to learn, we want to tell your story, and the only way we can do that, and the only way other people can hear about the problems and be able to fix them, is if we know about them. And if we don't know about them, then there's nothing to fix. You know, we don't know what's broken to be able to fix it. So all you guys telling your stories is very helpful to solving the root issue.
And now's the time to do it.
Yeah, Jody, this is the calmest he'll ever be. So we're hoping someone can get him riled up before he goes. You know, to me, you ask this question, as to, not you, but, you know, why couldn't it? Why did they feel a need to go all the way in on DEI? And it's rooted to a bigger problem, and that is ideology. And we don't talk about that near enough. It caused several world wars. It's the number one killer of human people, and that is a belief that you're right at no cost to anything else and without reason. You know, why did Hitler decide to go to war with America and Russia? Because it was ideology. He believed the propaganda that they were spewing. He believed that they were the master race and they could win both wars because it was just in their blood. And so they fought an impossible war to win. And you see that throughout all of these, you know, China, they had a war on sparrows. You know, literally a war on you get normal people and they're just living their life, and you create an enemy out of thin air. And then you have to back your decision. You know, it took a famine of like 10 million people dying in 10 years for them to be like, okay, well, maybe we ease up on the sparrows.
Yeah.
And you look back on history and go, well, why did people do that? Well, it's because you were stuck into a cult. It was a huge group think, and you believed you were right. And in the process, you destroyed the framework of what these, I mean, they were already corrupt. I think you can you agree to that too, the corruption that it goes on in these federal agencies. But
there's no checks and balances. Just like in this situation with me and the other two individuals, a sorry ass lawyer in the Office of General Counsel in VA who couldn't make it practicing real law on the outside, sitting on his ass. And this clown did this, okay, on a video call in shorts and some bullshit ass shirt on.
Wow.
For a discussion about a term. It wasn't me, it was somebody else. But yeah, unprofessional, being an asshole. And this is the clown and clowns like that individual who let this type of illegal crap go through the system. And I got a good feeling that it's going to end up costing them some money by the time I'm said and done with them, you know?
This is, I mean, have you ever heard of the Milgram experiment?
I don't think I have. Tell me about it, please.
It was this test this guy did, and he wanted to. His parents had survived the Holocaust, and there was all these trials going on in Israel in the early 60s, and he wanted the arguments that were being used by the people in trial was, well, I was just following orders. That was the defense.
Mm-hmm.
I was just following orders. You know, I didn't know what they were. There's one guy, Eichmann. He was he was the guy that was in charge of the trains that shipped the Jews to the concentration camps. And his argument was, well, I didn't know what they were doing in the concentration camps. I was just in charge of the train. So Milgram, the psychologist, decides to do a test to see how effective the following orders argument is. And what he did is he told people that they were doing a training exercise. And in one room, there'd be the student. And he would be strapped up to these wires that would generate electricity if he got an answer wrong. And it was the job of the other person to read the question in a different room. And if the person got the question wrong, he would have to zap the guy with like 15 volts. And if he got it wrong again, he'd go up all the way up to 250 volts. So it slowly increased in the voltage released. And now everyone was in on it except for the one guy that was in charge of reading the questions and zapping the guy in the other room. He was the person that had no clue. And what they did was when he presented this to the board, they said maybe 1% would go all the way to 250. So what he had found out is, like, middle of the way through the test, they had a recording in the other room, and the guy'd be like, I have a heart condition. You got to stop. You can't keep doing this. And Milgram would come into the room and he'd be like, no, you're all right. Just continue to do it. The test requires you to continue. And you can watch this all on YouTube, by the way. You can watch this whole study happen. And it was like 95% of people continued to zap the person on the other side of the line. And I think people need to realize that about individuals, is that everyone is capable of being that monster if the responsibility is taken away from you. If it's not on you. You're just the paper pusher, pushing it to someone else. You're just following orders. You need to hire some DEI.
That goes along with the Stanford prison experiment as well. I don't know if you've ever seen that one.
How quickly it can get out of control. But it just reminds me of these people were under the brainwashing of this ideology, and we look back. It feels like the spell has been broken a little bit. Maybe it took a couple of catastrophes, but we look back, and I think in 30, 40 years, man, they're going to talk about this time as one of the closest we ever got to losing our republic was in 2020 through 2024. That was the closest we ever got. And just by the skin of our teeth, are we? I mean, Jody, if Kamala had won, your story, it doesn't matter how many people hear it.
Hell no.
It doesn't matter how many people hear it. It wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
It's just it's absolutely by the skin of our teeth did we get away from that. I'd say, you got anything you want to add there? Or did you want me to keep playing this Trump clip here, Project? We play a little bit more of it.
Finish the clip out.
Just updated on March 23rd of 22. They wanted to make it even more so. And then I came in, and I assume maybe this is the reason. The FAA, which is overseen by Secretary Pete Buttigieg, a real winner. That guy's a real winner. Do you know how badly everything's run since he's run this Department of Transportation? He's a disaster. He was a disaster as a mayor. He ran his city into the ground, and he's a disaster now. He's just got a good line of bullshit. The Department of Transportation, his government agency charged with regulating civil aviation. Well, he runs it, 45,000 people, and he's run it right into the ground with his diversity. A group within the FAA, another story, determined that the workforce was too white, that they had concerted efforts to get the administration to change that and to change it immediately. This was in the Obama administration just prior to my getting there. And we took care of.
How's that make
Yeah.
you feel, Jody? When you hear them say that there was a concerted effort to get rid of people because it was too white, how's that make you feel?
Exhilarating. Just happy as can be. I'm as happy as PD seems to be in all of his pictures. That's that seems fair to me, right? Because I owe reparations or whatever for my white privilege that I have. You know, my white privilege with my broke ass $6,050 less a month in household income than what I was having before my gruesome tweets that I made. So yeah, it makes me happy, but it is an eye opener and makes me look at my situation a little bit different. Now I'm going to ask the question, was that part of why I ended up with that bullshit that I did? It certainly seems that way to me, but you know, I'm in it and receiving it. So maybe I'm missing something somewhere.
Have you been able to
African
link? Have you been able to link up with a lawyer at all, or is there?
That's a whole nother discussion, but I'll give you my opinion on lawyers, especially with something like this. You know, they want a big fee up front with no guarantee to do anything. And, you know, if they're so damn great in a case like mine, why don't they do it on the contingency and prove their worth? So I'm yet to find a federal employment attorney who's willing to do that. I have to take the risk on that person, and I'm not going to do it. I'd rather just come on like now, talk shit, tell my story. I do have an active complaint with the Office of Special Counsel that's ongoing. So I'll wait and see what comes of that. But I'm quite certain if the right individuals see this podcast, I would imagine that some things will start happening.
Well, we're at 7,500 viewers right now, so get the word out for Jody. We got our first caller, Jim Bob, calling in. Jim Bob, welcome to the show. What would you like to talk to Jody about?
Hey, what's happening, fellas? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you pretty good.
Okay, so my brother, who was a full bird colonel, he was kicking doors in Afghanistan. You know, had to do some gnarly stuff. You know, and the VA just totally bailed on him. And about 6 months before his retirement, buddies that he went to school with, generals, threw him out of the military, and he drank himself to death, man. And I just got to say that the VA is failing our military on a scale that is unacceptable, you know. And I hope this new administration comes in and guts it entirely. I hope they have full-time people that are going around this country firing the heads of these of the VA, because we cannot have shitbirds in charge of the VA anymore. You know, we need true blue, red, white, and blue brothers and sisters caring for our brothers and sisters, you know? So I'm just saying, man, I'm sick and tired of seeing this. Sick and tired. So,
Jimbo, I'm so sorry that your family went through losing your brother. And I think that it feels like, at least for the last 80 years, maybe, we have just said screw you to our veterans, and they have done so much. They have done so much for the people that have asked them to do these things, and whether we look back on history and they were the right things to be done, that doesn't matter to the individual out there protecting his brothers and protecting his country. They're the innocent ones out of this entire operation, and the fact that they're just sort of left to squalor on their own, or in your situation the VA failed helping your brother, and then in Jody's situation, people that would have, I mean, that's got to tug at your heart, Jody, because you would have helped to the greatest ability you could have, politics aside, and that didn't matter to them. They wanted to get rid of you because of something you tweeted 2 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, even though that was not my job that I got paid to do, I can't count how many times that I've had discussions with veterans, and at least I gave them the information that I had, and information that I didn't know. I would make phone calls to the different bureaucracies within VA to get answers for them.
Well, and I think it just shows the type of people that they were getting rid of for ideology. Essentially that's what it comes down to. They wanted their DEI. So, when it came to Jody Thomas, when it came to Jim Bob's brother, those were casualties in their propaganda war, and they could care less. And now I think I'm praying, and I think that you guys have a serious chance to really go after these people that ruined your careers. And I'm praying that there's resolution for you, Jody, that, you get back pay for every month, every week you missed out on.
That's what I'm hoping for. Did you see Brad's comment about all of his appointments? We live in the same town, and we serve together as well. And same issue he's talking about. I have as well, appointments being canceled because they can't keep people in positions. So my question is, what in the hell are we doing? Make me king for a day. The first thing I would do is eradicate the health side of VA. It's just a damn money pit. The ROI is not there for veterans, and it's not there for the taxpayers. We need to get rid of it. The only thing the VA needs to do as far as healthcare goes is pay our medical bills at quality wherever the hell we choose to go to the doctor. That they just need to pay the bills. That's where we're at. We got all these hospitals, these new hospitals they're building, half-ass doctors and staff, and most of them, kicking the can down the road, trying to shine up a big smelly turd is what it is to me.
Well, I've completely forgot about this story project. Well, before we go into this, Jim Bob, was there anything else you'd like to mention or ask Jody? We appreciate you calling in. It takes a lot of courage to call into these types of shows, and I'm so grateful that you did.
And Jim Bob, I'm sorry for your loss too.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, man. Frankly, I appreciate the platform you're providing and allowing people to come in and talk to you guys. And when it comes to my brother, man, my brother was on track to be a general. You know, two of my other brothers, you know, a combat medic. My other little brother did multiple tours in Afghanistan. He started in 422 ESB and only moved up from there. And they're all being treated like shit too, you know. And I run into these guys all over the place, and they're just being discarded. And man, this crap has got to stop. You know, we will get billions and billions and billions of dollars to illegal aliens coming over the border into this country illegally. You know, we'll send billions, hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine and Tom, Dick, and Harry and every other country. But we leave our veterans on the streets, and I can't take it, man. You know, this has got to stop. It is so disgusting, so dishonorable, and so. Anyways, I applaud you guys for giving somebody like me a chance to call in and you know, put it out to you guys. So thanks.
Well, thank you, Jim Bob. 100%. And anytime you want to call in, you are more than welcome to call in and express your thoughts, because like our show is just about hearing people out, man. We want to, there's so much I don't know. And you know, as we've been investigating all this corruption, you know, the corruption we talk about in these conspiracy theories that happened years ago, they're over. And this is the new conspiracy, how our veterans were treated, how it affected a whole 2 generations of Americans, these wars. And, you know, how it affected you, Jim Bob, how it affected you, Jody, how it affected millions of other families, and not just you, but families, you know, like whole families were destroyed by this. And there needs to be some justice. And, you know, thankfully we have a platform on X, and that allows us to be able to share it with, you know, hopefully whoever. I'm not powerful. I'm just a goddamn podcaster by night, you know. But if it gets out there to someone who is, you know, then man, I pray for you guys to get that, you know. And but thank you again,
Corey. I agree with Jim Bob. You're a badass podcaster.
You know, it's I appreciate
UN Project. UN Project.
Man. He's got great speaking skills. That's something I lack. I'm a good producer. I'm a good behind the scenes person, but he's a very good on camera person. So that's why we make a good team.
We do balance each other well. You know, it was
putting that ginger up in the forefront.
Well, you know, someone has to. After years of hate toward ginger race, I'm over it. They were never even included in the DEI. Like, I couldn't even sneak in during the one time they were including everyone, but gingers were still thrown out. So, I mean, that's a whole nother discussion. I mean, we got to do an episode on that at some point.
John doesn't like your hat.
Hey, it's broadcasting from the city of fountains. You know, you got to represent. Once again, anyone else that wants to call in and talk with Jody, you're more than welcome to. We appreciate Jim Bob hopping on there. And
hey, Corey, did you want to pull any more info out of me? Can I go? We haven't talked about one of the things that I really thoroughly enjoyed in the latter part of my VA career. Were the listening sessions? Remember those?
Yes. I forgot all about it.
We definitely need to hear about this, because this goes to the heart of the DEI crap.
Are you ready for me to? You ready for me to begin?
Yes, go ahead.
when the tragedy happened with George Floyd, Miss Jessica Bonjourney, and her infinite wisdom and stellar leadership, decided that that would be a great opportunity to bring in what's going on outside the workplace into the workplace. So she created, I believe, what she called back then listening sessions. And what those were basically about was an opportunity for 300 to 500 employees, if I recall, to get on a team call while she facilitated it. And I believe, did y'all see what her degree's in? I think it's astrology or astrophysics or something like that. So we sat in these meetings using taxpayer bandwidth, taxpayer equipment, taxpayer utilities, taxpayer salary time, so that she could provide the opportunity for the Black employees to share with all of us evil white employees how evil we are.
No.
White shaming sessions, if you will. And these, if I recall, were like on a monthly basis.
You're kidding me.
Oh, absolutely not. They were like between an hour, around an hour long most of the time. Yeah. And what was really disgusting is all of the pathetic freaking crackers, mainly white women, just kind of bending the knee, apologetic and trying to see what they could do to be better. I didn't hear anything in any of those sessions about making the VA a better place so that we can better care for veterans. Nothing, and nothing that was discussed could be turned into anything that was beneficial for the VA and veterans. To me, it was nothing more than a check the block for Miss Bonjourney, so that she could, show that she is just all over DEI, and we're schooling all of the white privileged white folks so that they can see the light and be better.
Can you give me an example of one of these sessions?
Well, quite often there was usually this one employee who was like the spokesperson. He somehow became the expert in everything that dealt with, even though he's a black employee, but he was the expert in everything Black humans, pretty much. Okay. And he had a knack for sounding like Martin Luther King a little bit and Louis Farrakhan. So we would get to listen to his reincarnation of some of those speeches. And he would give us all a good schooling on Black culture and what it's like to live under white rule and white privilege and all those kinds of things. Actually, you can just, all the things that we've been talking about, we touched on those. If it had anything to do with white versus Black and vice versa, then it was brought up in there.
I just man, to be a fly on that wall. I can't. I don't. It had to have been so uncomfortable. Did he sit there and point any of you guys out?
Oh, no, there was none of that. But just having to sit there and, we're us crackers, we're there breathing the same air, doing the same job, like job positions, doing the same job, paying the same bills as all the non-whites in there, but yet we're targeted to be degraded and slammed because why are we talking about slavery in 2025? I wonder.
They wanted to. They
Shit
wanted
like that.
To me, it seemed like they wanted to create, even though you were equals in the workplace, they had to establish a moral superiority so that they could push in their agenda without having to worry about pushback. And so, I mean, to me, this all sounds like prepping. You know, the repetition, the constant repetition is the biggest sign to me of, someone trying to manipulate a large group. If you're having monthly meetings, constantly putting you down, breaking, you are breaking down barriers. You're breaking down your ability to think for yourself as an individually. Every month you're being placed into a group, whether you like it or not. You are now placed into a group for this 1 hour session, and you are ridiculed and talked down to, even though it's not directly to your face. He's talking about you, your people is
Yep.
who he's talking about. And then after months and months of that, they can turn around and get rid of you and not expect anyone to stand up for you because they're all scared of being accused of being a racist and being a part of the patriarchy and all of these terms that made America great. They've been brainwashed into believing these are horrible things, and they're not. In fact, that's why our country got so great, was because it was based off of meritocracy. Was there bad things in the history? Yes. But like you said, it's 2025. Find something else, man. Find another argument.
Half the people, it's my thinking that half the people bitching about slavery don't even know a damn thing because they failed history.
Yeah.
And they don't even teach slavery in school anymore, which is ridiculous. We can't erase our history, even the bad parts of it. If you forget it, you're doomed to repeat it. You have to, you can't. I don't like this revisionist history crap. We need to be able to learn the true history of our country, the good and the bad, the ugly, whatever. And I'm tired of people trying to just sweep it under the rug and pretend like it doesn't exist.
Well, and I think thankfully we're seeing a return to that, and they were, this group of people that believed in this ideology were never a big group. They were just the loudest, and impressively worked their way into the government and infiltrated it. But it's over. It's over now. I mean, even Democrats know that they don't have hope right now. They're just out there. I see right now for vice DNC chair, they elected David Hogg, who had they don't get it. And until they realize really what happened in 2016 when they rigged their primary, it destroyed the Democrat Party. And they didn't think it would have that effect, but it's never recovered from that point. Sure, Biden got elected, but we all know why he got elected. It wasn't a natural election. And now we're seeing almost this sort of acceptance from the news media, although they choose to still be liberal. They're not placating to the crazies anymore. And if anything, you see, there's little indications, when NBC's SNL is making fun of MSNBC. I don't ever remember in the last 10 years ever seeing them make fun of MSNBC. And now they feel comfortable to do that. So those are good signs of an awakening people. But stories like yours, Jody, stories the other people that we're going to have on later on in the week, they all have to get out because you can't heal until all the wounds have been shown. So we appreciate you coming on, Jody.
Anytime. And, I want to stomp my foot on the main point is that an individual in especially a senior leadership position, not especially in any leadership position, who brings outside bullshit into the workplace is no leader. And they should be terminated immediately. That has nothing to do with the mission of the VA, bringing in George Floyd to have discussions about George Floyd. You know,
just absolutely insane.
I didn't feel not one damn benefit when I go to the VA hospital or for any appointment with the VA. I didn't feel any benefit from having listening sessions with Jessica Bonjourney, you know. And one other thing I want to add about suicide, you know, I was so tired of hearing those idiots in the upper echelon of VA every day talking about the 22 veterans a day killing themselves, you know. But what are we doing for it? And then from a personal perspective, where was the thought of, okay, we're getting ready to F him, really, is what we're doing, because he's done nothing legally wrong, but we're getting ready to make him lose this $130,000 job because of some tweets. I wonder if there was ever a thought if I was suicidal or not. Apparently not. That was not a concern because their bullshit, DEI leftist garbage overrode any thought of me possibly being that way, which I am not, ever even thought of it. But they didn't know that. But there was no give a shit. And here I am, an employee working underneath this clown, and that is the care that an employee receives from the upper echelon in VA. Most of them. They could give a shit less, except checking blocks so they can get their bonuses and all that. And one other thing I'd like to add, and then I'm probably going to shut up for a minute, is that the way this was the norm. Some stupid ass SES would come up, senior executive would come up with some dumbass idea. Here's how we get it going. We got to do this for veterans. That's the catch-all to let everybody know you got to get on board with this and start, you know, we got to make this happen. This is going to be great for veterans. But do they ever ask any of the veterans who actually work for VA what they think? Hell no. Do you know that we, the taxpayers, I'm sure they still do it, but I used to have to sit in online training for about an hour so I could get educated in veteran culture. Okay. Now, supposedly what we were told, the workforce of VA was around 30%. That's what I was told back then. I don't know what it is now, probably 10%. So if Jessica Bonjourney can rally 300 to 500 employees on teams to talk about George Floyd, why can't they put Jody Thomas or some other veteran on teams and we talk about veteran culture? Why? Because I'm going to talk about the real deal. You know, I'm going to talk about purple dick pictures. I'm going to talk about the camaraderie, the teamwork, the real leadership, the accomplishment of missions. You know, that's what I'm going to talk about. And the brotherhood and sisterhood that I have with all the, just damn near everybody I served with. That's what I and those like me will talk about, not some bullshit online that some clown who probably didn't even serve it has put together, you know, so they can check a block. Well, we taught you about veteran culture. Okay, I think I'm gonna shut up now.
I mean, preach, brother, preach. You go through these comments right now, and it's just everyone is loving what you're spitting fire. I
No,
mean,
no.
laying it down exactly. The shit is real. Thanks, Jody. Take a bow, Jody. Great
Well,
job, JP.
bro, Project had to give me another topic to talk about. You see this shit? And I told him it was going to be hard for me not to drop the F-bomb.
You've done very well.
But I have told my fellas who are on here that they will not hear me drop the F-bomb, and I'm not going to do it. Now, let's move right along to what you see on the screen here, folks. This was something else right here.
What is this? What is this?
It is some training material and books. The training material is serving leader training. Okay. Some more of the catchy things that an individual or individuals jumped on and threw. I don't even know how much money. You got to be close to $1 million or in the millions of training that involved TDY, per diem, of course, all that to go for a week, I think, or 3 days or something to learn how to be a serving leader. It was pathetic. And just like with most of that kind of garbage, some jackass and a couple of other jackasses got together, said, hey, let's come up with this great new thing, that scam that we can throw at people, when really it's nothing more than just basic common sense leadership. That's all that is right there. I can sum up that whole program. Common sense leadership and common sense human relations is all that is. Okay. But I had to go along with all my supervisor, deputy peers. We had to go sit through that and learn how to be a serving leader. Okay. Leadership 101. But some individuals thought that was just the greatest thing since sliced bread. Never seen. Oh, it's wonderful. Beautiful. Moving right along to that book there, Just Culture. If I recall, Elizabeth James came up, she had to match her boss, Jessica Bonjourney. So she had to come up with Just Culture. So I can't remember how many employees we had in the employee education system. I guess a couple of hundred, maybe, I think, something like that. It doesn't make a damn if it was 1 or 1,000. The taxpayers bought those books and mailed them to every employee.
Wow.
And I hold on, where is my book?
Is this it right here?
Yeah, Just Culture.
I think this is it right here, right? Serving leader.
Yep, that should be it. I can't remember the dude's name. Let me see if I can.
Let's see here.
If you want to follow Jody on X, I just dropped his handle in the chat for you guys.
Yep, give him a follow for sure.
Yeah, please do. And if you all need help with VA stuff, I will do my best to help you out in any way I can. But I'm not promising greatness, but I will damn sure give you 100% effort. How about that?
Well, and this is that's just your serving spirit, Jody, and we appreciate that. But this is your moment. This is for people. If you can help Jody out and actually help him win, find a way to really get justice for what took place. Reach out to him on X and let him know, and hopefully.
Yeah, I'd like to see some accountability for corrupt ass, sorry, pathetic SESs who aren't doing a damn thing but kissing ass and sucking a paycheck. They need to be gone.
Yep, you're out. Yes,
I agree 100%. We need to get accountability, not just for the whole organization, like what Trump hopefully is doing now, but I would like to get accountability for you as well. So again, I would like to make a ploy. If there's any attorneys in here that could help him out, please reach out to him or reach out to me, and I will connect you. But let's get this man the help he needs. Because, like I said, there were 3 people targeted, not just him. One of them already has gotten an attorney and actually gotten a settlement, and I think they got their job back too. Am I correct on that?
That's probably a good assessment. Yep.
So let's do that. Jody should be doing the same thing. So let's help him. Let's help him get that goal right there. And the other thing I want to bring up to you is something, whether that happens or not, something you may want to focus on. Have you ever thought about trying to create your own organization, nonprofit, to help veterans and stuff? Because I have realized that a lot of these nonprofit organizations, they do a hell of a lot more for vets than the actual VA does.
Yeah, I have thought about that and discussed it with some of my friends before, and just never really took that step forward to make it happen. Now, if I can get some justice, I would imagine that I would be able to stop thinking about this bullshit and then move forward and definitely look into doing something like that, because that gives me satisfaction and life fulfillment doing stuff like that, helping folks out.
Yeah, and I mean that's just your nature. I can tell that just from the short time I've gotten to know you. You're a person that puts others in front of your own. And I hope too, I hope too you receive justice, but if we, not just you, but can we get the system reformed enough so that we can stop having these conversations with veterans? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
this stuff.
The cancer needs to be eradicated, and the cancer is the upper echelons of every one of these damn government agencies.
Yes.
They're embedded. Those career ones are embedded in there. They do whatever the hell they want to. They got their ass kissers and followers that, do every little thing and cover their asses and the whole 9 yards, but yet there's no freaking leadership. And we need leaders in there.
This story right here, I think we should finish on this story just to give an idea of how crazy it is. Project, you came across this. Was this shared to you, Jody? Jody, did you share this with us?
No. Project got that.
Project.
I got this one on my own, doing a little bit of research. And I'll go ahead and read it. But I'll tell you the gist of it first, and then I'll read it. The gist of it is Congress authorized incentives or bonus pay specifically to positions that require a lot, like extra effort, or that they're having a hard time filling the positions, or like if the private sector pays significantly more than what the government side would, to try to even it out. So that's what Congress authorized. And what these people did, specifically Jessica Bongiorno.
Oh, say it isn't so, Project.
Oh yeah. Specifically Jessica Bongiorni, I'm sorry. She took that incentive, and instead of doing it for what Congress wanted, she gave bonuses to herself and all of the upper management staff within the VA.
Yep.
Blanket bonuses for people that already are making, I didn't share this, but Jody shared me the salary for this woman. It's over $200,000 a year already as the base salary. And now she added another, this incentive that they offers up to 25% of their base salary as a bonus. So that's another 25 grand. So right there, I mean, it's just ridiculous. And it added up to $10 million of waste that they were improperly pillaging for themselves.
Yep. And
anybody got to say anything before I start reading it?
No, it's so disgusting. I couldn't believe when you found this. It's a great find by you, Project. That's why you should give Project a follow on X, because he digs deep and he finds, I mean, and it ties into you, Jody, specifically, because you know this person and what,
Yep.
what they did here. No, go ahead, man.
All right. On September 13th, 2023, VA Secretary Dennis R. McDonough was alerted by the Assistant Secretary for Management and Chief Financial Officer, CFO, John Richowski, that the Office of Management had detected unusual payment activity relating to senior executives. The preliminary data provided to Secretary McDonough by Mr. Richowski indicated that the VA had paid 367 senior executives more than $19 million over 2 pay periods in September, with another 21 remaining to be processed. About 75% of VA's entire senior executive staff. Mr. Richowski identified these payments as critical skill incentives, which that's what I was talking about Congress authorized. CSIs are a type of recruitment and retention incentive pay newly authorized for VA by Congress under the PACT Act, which dramatically expanded access to VA healthcare and benefits for millions of veterans exposed to toxic substances. In anticipation of a significant increase in new healthcare enrollments and benefit claims, the PACT Act included CSIs as a tool to enhance VA's ability to meet the projected staffing requirements. CSIs are available to an employee who possesses a high-demand skill or skill that is at shortage, at a rate of up to 25% of base pay. VA's first CSIs were approved in March 2023 for human resource specialists to support increased hiring. In the days following the CFO's disclosure to the Secretary on September 13th, more data was gathered to confirm details regarding the CSIs and determine next steps. On September 22nd, VA provided a statement to members of Congress, 16 veteran organizations, and others indicating that the Veterans Health Administration, VHA, which that's where you work, Jody, right? The VHA?
Yep.
Okay. And Veterans Benefits Administration, VBA, had awarded CSIs to nearly all of their respective senior executives.
They are just that good. I mean, just look at any VA facility. It shows it's excellence. That's what they'll tell you, and that's what they'll show you on some freaking PowerPoint slide. But in reality, garbage. Sorry for interrupting.
No, it blows my mind.
I was going to say I'm getting to that, but go ahead.
Well, I was just saying it blows my mind that here we're like, okay, let's get some skilled labor in here. And so they give them this money to get skilled labor, and it doesn't go to any skilled labor. It just goes to everyone already working. It's like, hey, you know what? I am skilled. That's gross. It's gross.
This statement reported that the CSIs included payments reportedly totaling $9.7 million to 107 senior executives assigned to headquarters functions at the VA Central Office, VACO, VA also indicated that these payments to senior executives would be canceled because VA had made a policy error. And policy error, that's a little bit of an understatement. Was overly broad in the way it implemented and executed this authority. VA did not cancel the approximately 200 CSI awards made to field executives, that is, senior executives based outside of headquarters, including regional offices, district directors in VBA, as well as medical center directors and Veterans Integrated Service Network directors in VHA. That same day, Secretary McDonough also notified VA Inspector General Michael Missel of the cancellations and requested that the VA Office of Inspector General, OIG, review the facts and circumstances surrounding the issuance of the CSIs. A few days later, the chairman and ranking member of the House and Senate Committees on Veteran Affairs responded to VA's statement. They stated that using incentives to boost pay of senior executives at VA rather than bolster staffing for critical shortage positions requiring highly skilled individuals was contrary to congressional intent. They also supported the Secretary's request for the OIG to conduct a full review. The OIG initiated its oversight work on September 28, 2023 to examine VA's compliance with law and policy in the issuance of CSIs to VACO's senior executives at the VHA and VBA. The investigation also included determining the rationale for the CSI payments and the chronology of decisions by the individuals accountable for implementing the incentives that VA subsequently determined were improper. During the investigation, OIG staff also received information through interviews and document reviews regarding the subsequent cancellations and announced recoup of the payments. And this feedback is briefly summarized in this report because the recoupment is ongoing and its impact is not fully realized. Okay, so that's not really too important.
I mean, it's just, she accused
we
you
don't have
of
to
being
read that
mean
part.
She accused you of being mean on Twitter, and then went around and stole everyone's incentive pay.
Yes.
So
Yes,
I mean
stole money.
Yeah, stole money. Did she get fired? I mean, she's still working there.
Yeah,
still working there.
Yeah.
You're kidding me. You're kidding me.
I was hoping she was going to come on.
We invited her.
Full transparency. I did email both of them, Bonjourney and the other one. I emailed both of them and offered to either, if they gave me a statement, I would read it, or I offered to let them come up on panel and tell their side of the story, but neither one of them responded back.
Yeah,
Shocking.
Cowards.
Shocking.
Cowards.
Yep.
Actually, pieces of shit is what they are. Leftist shit, actually, to be more precise.
This is the important part here. In March of 2023, Undersecretary for Health, Sharif, I'm going to butcher that, announced at a conference attended by many VHA senior executives that field executives, VISN directors, and medical center directors would be receiving CSIs at 25% of base pay across the board. This was a surprise. Did somebody say something?
Nope.
Okay. This was a surprise to Dr. Annahal's Human Resources team, as he had approved in a signed memorandum the previous day a two-tiered approach. 25% CSIs for VISN directors and 20% CSI for medical center directors, and not a flat 25% to all. That same day, VHA Human Resources staff changed Dr. Annahal's approval memorandum to reflect his conference statement to authorize a CSI of 25% across the board. So she actually changed it from what he approved.
She's
That's
just
how
that
I read
good.
that.
She's just that good, I'll tell you guys.
Shortly after the conference, VHA's senior human capital management executive, Jessica Bongiorni, there's your favorite lady, and her team discussed with Dr. Anhal the possibility of also awarding CSIs to VACO senior executives. When Undersecretary for Benefits Joshua Jacobs learned that VHA was planning to pay CSIs to both field and VACO senior executives, he also began discussing whether VBA should do the same. The Deputy Undersecretary for Benefits, Michael Fruth, commented in mid-April, "I do not like the optics of paying executives because it will add up to a number that the public Congress will question. Despite this concern, VBA moved forward with plans to paralleled the VHA proposal to pay CSIs to its senior executives." So they even sat there and had a discussion. Oh man, this isn't going to look good. The optics are going to be bad. People are going to know we're stealing. And they decided to do it anyway.
Jody
National
Thomas with a comment.
Go ahead.
Oh
Yeah,
no!
if I had somebody else's shit, I'd be breaking it right now. But I'm too broke. I'm too broke now to break my own shit. So
this has got to piss you off, man. It pisses me off.
It's horrible.
Man.
I mean, we saw executives do this in corporations for years. For decades, corporations have done this. And we thought at least our public services and government bureaucracies, which are taking care of the people that served us most, aren't doing this. And not only are they doing this, but they're doing it out in the open. So like, I don't like, this. You know what, John? I agree. It doesn't look very good, but I think we're going to do it. Just do it anyway.
I mean, okay. So here's I almost dropped the F-bomb. I'm not going to. Damn it! I will not drop the F-bomb. I will not drop the F-bomb. Why is that individual still employed? I wonder.
Well, and this is the beauty
of the same thing.
This is the beauty,
especially because I have another article about that you sent me from PJ Media about how she lied, allegedly lied on her resume to get hired.
Yeah, and those articles also talk about her listening sessions a little bit too.
Well, welcome to the government, and this is hopefully going to stop with Trump. This is and the only way people find out about this is, clip this little section and send it to Elon, who's running Doge. Clip this and send it to your senator. Clip this and send this to as many people as you can.
Junior, Vivek, all your congressmen.
Yes, this is crazy stuff, and they've got so much of this. Every department in the government is full of this crap, and so I'm sure it's an overwhelming task, but if we can help point out people, I think let's do that. Let's help show these people who they are.
And now let's not forget, the VA is what, 450,000 employees? That makes me want to vomit too. I'm only one. How many others is some of the similar type bullshit happening to, and they're just broken mentally and don't want to talk about it because they're ashamed of it or whatever the bullshit case may be. There's no telling how many people out there are similarly situated as I am.
Well, and that's just it. I mean, anger is, like I said, it's a secondary emotion. And after the anger has subsided, we got to get down to the root of this stuff. And we have never had the opportunity more in our life to broadcast these people for what they've done. And so, and that's the beauty of X, is we have this opportunity. Our forefathers didn't have this opportunity. Our grandparents didn't have this opportunity. A lot of them had to sit there and just take it and watch it happen, but not anymore, and people like you, Jody, that have the courage. Like, I understand the trauma of dealing with the abuse of government. And it, like you said, some people are severely embarrassed. Do they sit there in that corner and think, man, maybe I shouldn't have tweeted that? It was sort of dumb. And no, man, like, it was your right to, as an American, to participate in American activities outside of work. And the fact that it was used as a targeting tool to ruin your life and make your family have to deal with this, there needs to be accountability. And I think this is, supposedly Tuesday, we're supposed to get the JFK files. This is a government that is claiming accountability at all areas. And someone has to point them to the VA, and there has to be accountability there.
I'm not going to read the whole article because it's like 100 pages long, or the whole report. I'm sorry, not article, the report. But I'll post it. I tell you what, I'll post it on my X so you guys can read it yourself. But that's mainly the big thing I wanted to show. And also, when the investigators went in after the fact to question them about, okay, well, why were these people awarded this? Why did you think they qualified? Then they had nothing. They couldn't come up with anything to why they would qualify. So as a result, the inspector general is making them all pay that money back, is clawing that money back through collections. So and then now they're bitching. One of the things also is now they're bitching that it's causing hardships that they have to pay this money back that they didn't earn.
Hey, I've got something to counter that bullshit. Okay, as a service-connected disabled veteran, utilizing some of my benefits, I'm talking about my GI Bill here. I received an overpayment. I forgot what it was. I think I dropped a class or something. It was about $3,000 or something. They certainly didn't give a rat's ass about yanking that out of my disability check, So why should I or any taxpayer, anybody else, give a rat's ass about some pathetic piece of shit government senior executive who was paid erroneously and wrongfully? They got to pay it back in a lump sum.
Accidentally.
And they're making a couple of $100,000 a year, probably, or close to it.
Exactly. And it wasn't just that they were paid accidentally. They paid themselves erroneously. So they only had their own fault to blame.
Yeah. And now they want some sympathy. Oh, it's going to hurt me. Shit, how many months have I been out now at $6,050 a month? What does that come to? About 3. I'm coming up on 3 years since I departed.
Jody, I mean, thank you so much
for problem,
coming on. Man, it's eye-opening to me. Like, I didn't even know this was going on until a week or 2 weeks ago when you reached out to us, and not only is it going on, but it's going on to such a large scale, and we're just tapping one little segment of it. Yeah. And I appreciate you bringing it to light for, some of those other people that and we hope you reach out to us. Even if it's an email, and you just want to send your support that way. You don't want to go on camera. If you experience something like this, reach out to us, and if you want to go out and declare it on X in front of 9,000 people, please, reach out to us, because we'll do it for you, because this is a great injustice that's happened inside of America. And meanwhile, we're paying trillions of dollars to these other countries, and we're letting people like Jody or you, or people who actually need us to not you don't need us to support you. You have already supported us for 20 plus years with your military record, and you just need to be properly taken care of by our government for putting you, for you
pay it back.
Yes. So
I say that I also make I do a lot of articles as well, which are really good articles. So you don't necessarily have to come up here on a podcast and talk, especially if you're not a people person. Like you said, feel free to reach out to us. Just send me a DM or an email. We can talk that way, and I can put something together, put out an article, put out a post, and expose it that way as well.
Yeah, we just want to get these stories out for sure.
Actually, I want to, and y'all, what y'all just said, in reference to me, is right on point. But in all actuality, I don't need any MFer to take care of me, the government or otherwise. I just don't want to be effed with, and effed with illegally for some other bullshit that, like in this case, I'm going to use my example, some leftist piece of trash who shouldn't even be breathing the same air as folks, good people, I don't want to have to put up with that. I want to be treated, fairly across the board. Don't try to squelch me in my right to free speech, because that's just
that's what you fought for. That's what you fought for.
We, those of us who serve whatever amount of time, like I said earlier, we give up that right. 100%. We don't have 100% of it. We give up a majority of it to serve. We sacrifice that. Don't think for 1 second that you're going to be allowed to squelch us after we've done our time. Especially a piece of shit like Jessica Bonjourney or the likes of that fat cow, Elizabeth James, non-service, which I got no, if you serve, fine. If you don't, fine too. But now you're effing with me. I did serve. So now I got a problem with you in that situation,
I remember very early on, I worked for an insurance company when I was in my early 20s. And one of the old cats there, he said, Corey, there's two things you need to remember in life. Is one, you don't fuck with my family. And two, you don't fuck with my money. And that's exactly what they did for you, Jody. They took away your livelihood. And that's where the justice needs to come in, because you're not the only person where they took away. You made a sacrifice to come out of the private sector to enjoy the long-term benefits that serving in a federal institution would bring. And there's nothing wrong with that, but you devoted your life to this career. You said, okay, I weighed the pros and cons. This is going to be my career, and this is going to support my family. And I'm going to follow everything by the book. And then when it became inconvenient for them, they chose something that wasn't even in their whatever you call it, their ethics, but guidelines or whatever it is, and just threw it in your face and said, this is the easiest way to get rid of him. And so, like, if someone has messed with you, this is, it's a crime. That's what it is. It's a crime.
See, but really, I take responsibility for it. because of how I am, and maybe somebody else can chime in who's has a similar, behaviors and attitude and everything that I have. You will be the first target that weak ass betas will go after because you're a threat to them and they want to get you out of the way. They take you as a threat because you know how to get shit done. You know how to deal with people. You know how to establish relationships. You know how to lead, and so you're a threat to freaking betas who are betas.
It's very true. It's very true. If you, I see that all the time in my work. I never thought in my life I'd see a construction site that was DEI.
Oh shit!
Never in my life, Jody. And I'm on the.
I hope we're close to the end because you just did it for me.
Well, it's an industrial project, but so it doesn't surprise me as much because once you get to smaller levels, that goes away. But it's the first construction job I've ever been on that's DEI, and it is plastered every 50 feet everywhere. It's plastered every week. You sit down and they talk about it, and I'm just taking it back and observing it. It has blown my mind, and I've seen good men fired for claims that weren't true, and just this bending over for fear.
Yep,
that's what it is. It's bending over for fear, and companies like Toyota and other companies like that. I don't want to give away the company I'm working under. But it's Panasonic. It's Panasonic instituting all this DEI stuff on their job site, and that blows my mind. And supposedly, Tesla is supposed to buy this building after it's done. And I would love to see what old Elon Musk would think about that going on this job site. But I might get fired for that, but I don't. You made me feel brave, Jody, because it's ridiculous. It is really ridiculous. And there has to be accountability for those who are merit-based. It's not about a promotion. It's about your livelihood being taken from you.
Yep.
Oh, all right. I'm off my stool.
Yeah.
On that point, I can't wait to get you full time. That way, I know we're unstoppable. I want us to make enough money that I can bring you on full time, and you can get rid of that job. Because I guarantee you, us together, if you did this full time like I do, we would be unstoppable. We would be one of the top podcasts out there.
Y'all are the cat's ass. This is the first one I've been on. But in order for y'all to facilitate a discussion with me, y'all are the cat's ass. Make no mistake about it.
Well, and that's all we want, Jody, is we want to hear from you. I don't know anything. Project, he doesn't know anything. We're just asking questions. We just want to learn what's going on, and the only way we can do that is from our listeners. And our listeners, if you feel comfortable talking to us, email us. You can come on the show because it's your story, really. We're just here to facilitate it for you and, help. Here's the thing. Trump's in power. Yeah, and that's great. It is great. Like I said before, who knows what would happen under Kamala. But just because Trump's in power doesn't mean it's magical dust has been sprinkled across the land and everything will be okay.
Yep.
It does not mean that. It means that now we have we taking care of the federal side. We now have a personal responsibility to each of our community members to make sure this is rooted out in all of these little areas while we have a president that understands the danger of it. And and hopefully we get JD Vance or someone else in there that continues this. But for right now, we've got 4 years, and that goes by really fast. And so these conversations have to happen now because this is when the truth has the freedom to get out. Before this, it would have just been shoved under a rug. And now we have an ear.
I want to
Saw
say
how they were censoring social media. You know, X is the first platform that's actually going free speech. But prior to that, you couldn't say any of this stuff. If you tried to say this stuff on YouTube or Facebook, you'd get banned. I know, because I've gotten banned several times for this kind of stuff.
Well, and we're seeing, I'm shocked by some of the stuff YouTube's allowed me to publish. We just had Richard Gage on Phantom Fact Society talking about the 9/11 deceit. And YouTube did not mess with me, or when we talked about Bill Gates. And so I'm almost curious now if we're seeing a little less restriction because the Trump administration's in board and they don't want to have to deal with them complaining to the administration about censorship. So, I mean, it's just a ploy by them. They don't want to be yelled at. You know, the first year of this administration, everyone's running around looking for enemies and they don't want to be the first one spotted out. But so that's good for us. That's good for us because then we can interview people openly and have these honest discussions while it lasts. But, you know, if you follow us on
You got to
X,
get the word out.
Yeah, follow us on X because that's the freest platform right now.
I want to say one final thing out loud so that everybody on here can hold my ass accountable to what I'm about to say. I really think that it's pathetic, and the founders are probably rolling around over in their graves knowing that we, the people, allowed this bullshit to occur. And we're now one man, Trump, is having to come in and fix it for us. Whenever the founders gave us the power to do that under the Constitution. However, for decades, maybe longer, I'm sure longer, a century, we've been slowly getting deballed with all the bullshit that they feed us. They put in all the products we use, all that bullshit. We're slowly getting deballed, and masculinity and foot to ass is going out the door. So I would say to everyone on here that while Trump is hammering and doing his best to fix the federal government, we better start fixing these local pieces of shit governments who are worse than the federal government, most of them.
Yeah, it's exactly it. Yes.
So I want y'all to hold my ass accountable to that. And I need to be in Linden, Texas at the next council meeting or whatever the hell it's called, seeing what these clowns are doing, because our streets suck. The town hardly has shit in it. And there has to be a reason for that. I mean, Don Henley is from Linden, Texas. Okay? It doesn't look like it, is all I got to say.
Yeah, I mean, I'm living in Kansas City right now, and we went to the Presidential Theater in Independence, Missouri, where Truman's Presidential Library is there. And literally a half a block away, it is slums. It's slums. And the irony could not be bigger that how would Truman feel if he went there now and looked at that?
Yep.
You know, and that's, you know, I love to blame the boomers. No offense to the boomers.
I do too.
But you know, don't worry. Millennials will clean this all up for you. The ones that haven't been brainwashed, which is, I mean, it's like 50-50. So good luck with that. But I mean, that's essentially what's, you know, and thank God for cell phones and being able to record these public meetings and seeing we're good friends with a organization called youarethepower.net. And that's all they deal with is people that get abused by the government, making false reports to steal someone's kids, you know, arresting people for speaking at a town meeting. Those are the cases they take up, and they have like 100% success rate. It's amazing. what they've been able to do, and they help anyone in any state. But and they have courses that they'll offer you on how to properly speak at a council meeting. But it's not that you even need that. It's just you don't have to speak. You just need to listen.
Yeah.
Listen to what these guys are saying. I mean, it's going to blow your mind how many of these how corrupt these councils are. You're from Texas. I'm sure you know Austin. Austin just got to blow your mind. It's got to blow your mind how corrupt that town is and the filth in that town. And it's in one of the greatest states in the union. But that's what a bad council will do to you. They'll destroy your town. And that's what DEI has done all across America. And thankfully now we can shine a light on these people. And it may not be us that does it. It may be over time, but it's on you. Like, Trump isn't going to come to your town meeting.
Yep.
As much as that would be great. So, anything else we need to go over before we call it a night here, Project?
No, I don't think so. I think we're pretty good. We got Jody's story out. We got the articles done, and I posted the PJ article already on my X. So if anybody wants to read that one, you can. And the other one about the 9.9 million, I have to figure out another way to post that, because that, like I said, that's 100 pages. But I will put that somewhere and post a link for you to be able to read that as well.
And then, Jody, would you like to plug anything or Twitter handle?
What's that now?
Anything you would like to say or let people know how to reach you?
Yeah, on X, I believe it's eJodyThomas2 is what's it called, a handle?
Yes, yeah, there you
go. That's my handle.
Yeah, and if anyone has anything that can help with you in getting accountability to these people, it sounds like they just need a slight push. They're already almost there. So get a hold of Jody or get a hold of us on this show at the Talking Heads. But Jody, thank you so much, man, for spending your Sunday evening with us. And
not a problem. And thank y'all, and
definitely
y'all.
Thank you for joining us.
Man, y'all keep this shit up, okay? Y'all are fucking war. I said it. Y'all are warriors. Damn it! Right at the end, you got me. Hell, I already let it go. Now y'all are fucking warriors. Keep up the good work.
Thank you so much.
Y'all. We need y'all.
So much, Jody. Take care. Jody Thomas, everybody, with an absolutely amazing story of corruption at the VA at the very head of it, and brave enough to come on the show. And it is bravery, because these people are snakes in the grass, and they will do whatever they can to survive off of the teat of government. And we need to hold them accountable before they slither away into the cracks and show up years later, like Fauci did. So
absolutely.
Any other? What do you got here for me, buddy? 9260. 9260 people.
Yeah, thank you all for joining us. And while you're all here, I have to rattle the tip jar. We are fan funded. We make pretty much nothing off of doing this. We do it because we help people out. We want to help people. We wanted to, I specifically did it because I wanted to get Trump across the finish line. Now that I've done that, I also want to use my platform to help as many people as I can. So if you appreciate what we do, if you find value in what we do, please consider donating. The links to donate are scrolling at the bottom of the screen right there. Or you can, I have a website, projectconstitutiontiktok.com. You can buy, I sell constitutional products, which help teach you your rights when interacting with police. They tell you what to do, what to say, what your constitutional rights are in that situation, as well as I sell pocket constitutions, it's good for everybody to have. So if you can support this podcast, support this channel, help us out. Me and him, any money we generate on this show, we split. So if you send it to me, he's getting half of it as well.
Well, and I just want to say the value for value thing. I just want to highlight that is, we understand the economy is trash. It's probably going to get worse before it gets better, and that's why we could do Patreon, we could do subscribers, we could do all that stuff, but in the end, the stuff we talk about is uncomfortable for those in power. And there will come a time where they will prevent us from getting funds on YouTube or on Facebook or X. And so
I'm already there. I've been banned 3 times already. That's why I'm saying the fan funding, that is the only way that you can keep people like us on the air, to keep us doing what we're doing. Because without support from people like you, you will lose that independent voice. The only people that you will have is the lamestream lying media, which is what we are here to counter.
And I work 60 hours at my regular job, and then I put at least another 40 hours into this a week, and I love doing it because I just feel like it was what I was born to do. And so thankfully my lovely Irish keeper is okay with it, but this is what needs to be done. And me and Project Constitution and Christopher May on Phantom Fact Society, we all believe this. We believe that we have a voice. We might as well just speak the truth the best we know it, and if we can help people along the way, that is a huge blessing, because we were in bad times, and we're not guaranteed not to fall back into that. We were very close to this completely collapsing this country. And we are going to be 4 years removed from that moment when it comes time for election again. And you need people that are paying attention and seeing who the bad actors are. And that's what Project Constitution's so good at on his X profile, is breaking down these people that are still left over. So,
and
Ryan, we will not be getting dictators. Thank you.
That's funny. I like you. I love to do what I do. This is my full-time job. I probably work 60 to 80 hours a week doing this myself. And I posted a post, I think 2 days ago on payday with X. I made $24 out of all that work I did, out of 60, 80 hours a week. That's all I get paid, is about $24 without the help of people like you. So it does help. Every little bit helps, and we appreciate it, and we love you all for being here. So thank you.
All right, man. Well, I guess until next Sunday at 7 o'clock Eastern time. Same bad time, same bad channel.
Absolutely. Peace.
Have a good night, everybody.
The golden age of America begins right now. America's decline is over. We will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth. I am with you. I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly. and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. The golden age of America begins right now.